5% does not represent a departure from national policy, because national policy takes into account this reduction for viability issues. Notwithstanding this, there are a number of mechanisms available with the potential to increase the level of affordable housing at the site, and officers will work closely with Harworth to ensure that these options are actively pursued. In terms of the third issue, transport, and at the end of this short introduction, we have Gemma Lawley here with us, who I'll ask to elaborate a bit on my summary. So Harworth's transport consultant advises that there is a pre-existing capacity issue at the Gaskell Arms Junction and Much Wenlock at peak times. Modelling indicates that 5% of traffic generated by the proposed development would route through the Gaskell Arms Junction, with a slight increase in the impact on junction capacity. This conclusion has been supported by the Highway Authority. Initially, Harworth put forward a signalisation scheme for the junction, but subsequently agreed with the Highway Authority that equivalent funding for £250,000 should be provided instead. Highway authorities advise that this is proportionate to the scale of the effects on the junction from the Harworth scheme. Additionally, Harworth has agreed to front-load part of this payment in order to fund a feasibility study into strategic improvement options for the junction. The availability in principle of improvement options has been demonstrated by Harworth's consultants, and a plan that's showing option 1 is present in the re-report to members, which shows the type of improvements that could occur. However, it's not reasonable to expect Harworth scheme to pay for the entire sort of comprehensive improvement process. This would fail to meet relevant tests for planning conditions and legal agreements. Instead, highway planning officers are committed to close liaison with the Town Council and public consultation on options following publication of the feasibility report, which, as I say, would be front-loaded. Other sources of funding will be actively pursued by officers in order to facilitate such a scheme. This includes non-Harworth SIL funding from other development schemes, including the proposed strategic housing allocation at Tassley near Bridgenorth. As with the Gaskell Arms, the B4380 Buildwas to Atcham Road has pre-existing capacity issues, well, not capacity, but issues in terms of pinch points, which have been highlighted by Councillor Claire Wild. However, it would not be reasonable to expect Harworth to fund a comprehensive scheme for this works, given the relatively limited contribution that traffic from the scheme would provide this. So the equivalent of £65,000 of funding will be allocated to the route, and part of this being received, being spent on traffic calming and pedestrian safety works at Layton. Buildwas Parish Council will receive approximately £1 million in neighbourhood fund SIL receipts over the build-out period of the scheme, and they should therefore have plenty of funding available in principle to undertake any additional works that they may consider necessary at Buildwas. I just wanted to bring in now at this point Gemma Lawley, our Highway Officer.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I don't want to duplicate any of the information that Graham's passed over to you in his summary. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, I'm trying to speak up a little bit. So, yeah, I don't want to duplicate any information that's previously been circulated, but I would draw members' attention to the previous briefing note that was circulated before the June committee meeting, the updated briefing note that was circulated, and also the report that's been submitted by the transport consultant working on behalf of Harworth with specific information to the Gaskell Arms Junction. I'm happy to take questions as the debate kind of continues on the highways matters. As Graham says, previously there was deferred for highways reasons. There was 2 specific reasons that were highlighted for the issues on the B4380 and the A458. As previously outlined, members have to give consideration to the impact that this development is likely to have on Shropshire's network. It's acknowledged that based on existing travel behaviour, the majority of vehicles will be routing towards the Telford and Wrekin network, but there will be a proportion that will be using the Shropshire network. give consideration to the likely number of trips that would be generated by this site and where they're travelling to, and for that purpose as well. So as we say, there's two main issues that were highlighted last time. The first issue was the B4380, and it's acknowledged that there are existing sensitivities along this route and that there will be an impact on the B4380 and an increase in vehicle movements. So it is an attractive route for those that are travelling towards the Shrewsbury and Oswestry direction. Consideration has to be given to when these works will be implemented, and that is a matter that's sort of up for discussion really. In terms of the trigger point at the moment is 150 dwellings, when we consider that there will be an impact on the B4380, and that's an appropriate trigger point. And we'll work in partnership with any works on the Build Loss Bank Junction that's to be implemented. So issue number 2 is the Gaskell Arms Junction, and in response to concerns raised at the June committee meeting, we've undertaken further kind of consideration at this junction and consultation with stakeholders and colleagues to try and to come up with potential solutions. The current highways position and what's been offered is that there's a section 106 contribution, and that would come in 2 trigger points. The first trigger originally was So the first trigger point is for on signing of the section 106 agreement, there will be a contribution towards a feasibility study. This has been brought forward from the previous offer and provides an opportunity for any feasibility work to commence at the earliest kind of opportunity. The briefing note that was circulated prior to this committee meeting details what the feasibility study might include, but it will be done in association with Much One Up Town Council and the local member in terms of agreeing the scope of work that it will include. The feasibility study will provide an opportunity for to give a better understanding of the existing issues that are occurring at the Gaskell Arms Junction, the impact of the national growth that will occur, and also any growth as a result of development, which would include the Iron Bridge development, but also any allocations within the existing local plan and the proposed local plan, specifically within the Bridge North area, that's likely to have an impact. So as I say, any kind of proposals that come forward will be done with full engagement with Much One Up Town Council and the local member, with a view to implementing a scheme that's supported by all parties and have an understanding about how that's come about. The second payment will be a contribution towards any scheme that's put forward, and which can be evaluated. The funding at the moment, there's an opportunity to be re-evaluated through the viability review in 5 years' time and secure additional funding through any SIL contributions or Section 106 contributions that might come forward from other developments in the local area. Graham.
Thank you, Gemma. If I can continue with the 4th and final issue, that's of primary care and the capacity. So the CCG, Clinical Commission Group, lodged their first request for capital funding with officers the week before the Telford and Wrekin Committee in May. By this time, it has been necessary for our Shropshire and Telford officers with Harworth to finalise their agreement on funding allocations within a very tight budgetary context. Shropshire officers were able to secure a contingency sum of £500,000 plus a service plot within the site. However, this fell short of the CCG's initial request of £1.27 million for capital funding. Following further discussion with the CCG, the sum requested was reduced to £0.9 million, £0.91, and further evidence was provided by the CCG supporting the conclusion that the 3 existing local healthcare practices are experiencing pre-existing capacity issues, which obviously would be compounded to some extent by the new residents from the Harworth scheme. It should be noted that the CCG has not previously sought healthcare funding in connection with any major housing applications in Shropshire. There are no current development plan policies which explicitly require and quantify this. This is a relatively new process which CCG are seeking to roll out nationally. It's understood that the same situation applies in Telford and Wrekin, where population growth from major housing schemes is likely to have exacerbated existing capacity issues at the Ironbridge practice. Officers advise the CCG that whilst there is no additional legal agreement funding available at this stage, the viability review process has the potential to deliver additional funding for healthcare, with a first review during Year 5. Additionally, healthcare will be identified as a priority in the next update of the Much Wenlock Place Plan. This will allow the CCG to apply for SIL funding generated from other development within the Place Plan area. The presumption in principle of support for healthcare funding will apply following the information which has been presented by the CCG. It's concluded that whilst the amount of capital funding available is less than the CCG have requested, the amount is reasonable and proportionate in the financial circumstances of the site and given the late stage at which CCG's request has been received. Notwithstanding this, other funding mechanisms apply with the potential to address any perceived shortfall identified by the CCG. So overall, in conclusion, the MPPF recognises brownfield sites have abnormal costs which can affect viability, including Section 106 funding and the ability to deliver affordable homes. Council officers have, however, negotiated carefully with Harworth and Telford and Wrekin in order to ensure that available funding is distributed optimally within the scheme. Any perceived shortfalls have the ability to be addressed by other funding mechanisms. The scheme is not subject to any outstanding objections from technical consultees. It is compliant overall with relevant policies and guidance and has the potential to deliver significant benefits to Shropshire. We're therefore recommending approval subject to the conditions of 106. Just one point to raise. Former Councillor Simon Harris from the Roseley area has circulated an email or letter, I believe, to members, which refers to the need to progress or desire to progress the Severn Valley Railway extension through to the Ironbridge site. I would say that whilst the current application does not explicitly facilitate this, it doesn't actually do anything which would actually preclude it. The potential easement through has been retained, and obviously the tight financial constraints that we have under competing priorities, it hasn't been possible to release any funding for this very worthwhile scheme. But there are, again, other funding mechanisms capable of facilitating that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Graham. Right, we've got 9 speakers on this afternoon, and our first speaker is David Turner. David's a local resident of Much Wenlock, and he is speaking against the application, and he has 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The accounts for Uniper UK Ironbridge Limited for 2018 show the site was sold for £4.25 million. Presumably, the discrepancy with the purchase price shown in the officer's report at 2.8 are acquisition costs. The release of their financial provisions for land contamination at Ironbridge, together with the proceeds of the sale, resulted in a profit on disposal for Uniper of nearly £22 million. As regards the viability of the scheme, in my simple terms, it seems that the applicants acquired the site for a price that cannot now be justified if the commitments arising from this development are to be met, and they did, after all, receive pre-application advice. Harworth, as a listed company, is keen to meet shareholder expectations for profit, and most importantly, city analysts' demand for assurance about future prospects. So one can guess the pressure on their development team to deliver a planning consent at the lowest cost and at the earliest opportunity. At 2.14 in the officer's report, there is a statement by the applicant which details the lengths to which they've gone with the council and other stakeholders. Whilst acknowledging their efforts, such measures are exactly what any regeneration specialist of Harworth's standing and reputation would be expected to do in order to develop a complex site. And it's what they do. In their words, transform, regenerate, revitalise. I sent the script of my intended address to committee members, and I hope that you've read it because although my comments were relevant in my view, my emphasis from this point onwards has to shift to the late representations published last evening. This planning application was submitted 20 months ago. The developer's newsletter of December 2018 made reference to the medical facilities, yet you'll see from the clinical commissioning group's comments they are very concerned about the nature and timing of dialogue with the applicants. It seems that serious discussions about funding commenced only just before the 15th of June committee meeting, and a financial proposal was made to the CCG only last week. The inference I draw from the CCG's comments about medical practice capacity is there is at least a possibility the new patients will be directed to Much Wenlock. For those of you without intimate knowledge of the geography, the Wenlock practice is in a narrow street with off-street parking for 3 or 4 patients out of the 8,000 on its books. It is only 75 yards from the Gaskell Arms Junction of the A458 and the A4169, so the secondary school and the doctors have further reasons for Builders' new residents to make their way through the narrow streets of Much Wenlock. The further issue that became apparent from yesterday evening is that Homes England last week indicated that they might fund some of the shortfall in affordable housing. I find it frankly breathtaking that this committee should be expected to swallow this hook, line and sinker when there's absolutely no guarantee about the income. Committee members will have noted the threat contained in the officer's recommendation that if this application is not approved today, then even less money will be available for developer contributions.
Thank you.
You will have seen the claim that taxpayer funding for medical facilities might allow resources to be diverted to highways concerns, and this strikes me as being tantamount to blackmail. I'm going to go on now and finish now, Chairman, by saying, committee, if you're minded to yield to pressure and approve this application today, when you weren't prepared to yield in June, you'd have to ask yourselves why. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Thank you. The next speaker now is Mr. Simon Heath, another local resident, and he's speaking against the application. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address the committee, please.
Thank you once again. On behalf of the residents of Builders, I'm here once again to plead our case for the application to be refused until an appropriate size development has been determined. This application does not fit the surrounding landscape. If it had worked, we wouldn't have all been called back here today to discuss it once again. I live and breathe on the B4380 junction, not just the brake dust that occurs, but we see the numbers of accidents, overshooting lorries and near misses that occur on this junction on a daily basis. There's been 2 more big accidents since our last meeting. I challenge you to confidently cross my 6-year-old across that road to take him to the village school. I challenge you to watch the tourists crossing that road coming from Iron Bridge. There is no footpath, no crossing point, and yet honestly you feel that an increase in traffic on this 60-mile-an-hour road is justifiable, especially in this heritage and tourism hotspot. The proposal to place traffic signals at the bottom of this hill is going to cause even more accidents. The large vehicles simply cannot slow down and they cannot stop. I challenge you to sleep at night when you see another death reported on the junction as a direct result of these actions that will be taken today. I also challenge you to simply turn right out of my driveway if this goes ahead. We have an average of 60 vehicle movements a day, including lorries and small businesses at this junction. This, however, isn't just about me, it's about us as a village, and about the noise, the light and the air pollution that we're all going to suffer from. Last time we spoke about, I spoke about the main central villages, and we asked them about using the B4380 to go to Shrewsbury, but we've also now spoken to the residents on the other side of the river. There's less of them, but most residents who live on the same side of the river as of the development use the Much Wenlock Road to get to Shrewsbury. This means that the Gaskell Arms Junction already has Builders residents travelling through it on a daily basis. I challenge you to prove to me that these residents of new houses aren't going to do the same. I don't believe that 5%. My final challenge to you is in relation to the flooding and in the area. Each and every year there are floods. It closes the main route, all the other main routes apart from the Builders Bridge. How do you propose to deal with this? This has been discussed and mentioned before, but there's been no solution been given. Why are you trying to fit a size 10 development foot into a size 5 community shoe? With all of the mitigation that you're putting into place, you're simply cutting the front out of the shoe and wedging your big fat development foot into it and saying that it fits. Well, it doesn't. You've simply crippled the wearer, which is our community, and we have to live and try and move forward with this. The development simply does not fit in terms of infrastructure, road layout or environment. The only thing that seems to be fitting is the amount of money that will be brought back into council, which does not justify this result. Harworth have a lot invested in this. They are not going to back down from it. They would come back with a counter offer. So I urge you, please make Harworth come back with a Cinderella-sized foot that will fit into our community shoe. Thanks.
Next speaker is Mr. Stephen Malloy, please. Thank you, Mr. Malloy. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Dear committee members, I wish to draw your attention to some important information. Officers commissioned consultants Turley and RLB to carry out what is being referred to as an independent viability review, which supports the applicant's claim that the scheme will only support 5% affordable housing instead of the policy compliant 20%. That is 50 affordable homes instead of 200. However, if you look at the attachment in the email I've just sent to you all, you'll note that it seems that the applicant is a client of Turley and RLB. So how can that possibly be considered an independent review? The late submission by officers claims that Homes England may fund any shortfall of affordable housing, provided there is a robust independent viability assessment, which I do not believe the Council commissioned Turley report is. As such, the criteria for Homes England funding are not met. Given the apparent conflict of interest with the supposed independent viability review, and the fact that the proposal does not comply with Affordable Housing Policy CS11, I respectfully suggest that there is only one course of action open to you today, and that is to refuse this application and allow it to be examined at a public inquiry. The applicant can then explain to an inspector how land purchased for £12,000 per acre cannot be viably developed with the appropriate amount of affordable housing without seeking public funds from Homes England. On another issue, members will no doubt be aware that UNESCO stripped Liverpool of its World Heritage status last month, and that Stonehenge runs the same risk. UNESCO has now been asked to look at the possible impact of this development on the Ironbridge Gorge World Heritage Site. This is a new material consideration since this committee last considered this application, and further underlines the need for a public inquiry. This was not discussed at the last meeting, but I hope you will give it consideration today, as this may also jeopardise any public funding from Homes England. Members, a simple search of the internet will reveal dozens of reports of how developers exploit a flawed planning system with viability assessments. Officers have clearly not carried out due diligence when appointing consultants to review the viability of this proposal. So please do not allow Shropshire to become a victim of more developer avarice.
Thank you very much, sir. Right, Simon Harris is going to be the next speaker, but he sent written reps in, as all members have received. I now call on Councillor Lorraine Pratt, Parish Council, for Builders Parish Council, please. You have 3 minutes of address.
Apologies, Lorraine isn't here today, so I'm speaking on her behalf. I'm Vice Chair.
That's fine. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak again, following on from the last meeting. Builders Parish Council still object to the application, as the development is still completely out of proportion with a parish of our size. It's a small rural parish with currently just around about 100 homes, and the impact will be considerable, as it will be to the surrounding area. As part of the site, it's been developed on greenfield land. We feel this again seems disproportionate, and we are still unaware of what percentage of the houses that are actually going to be built on that part of the greenfield site, and why this area needs to be developed in the first place, if not for nothing more than financial benefit. The parish, as a parish, we also stick to our concerns raised and submitted in our responses online, and we are highlighting these since the last meeting. Although some of these issues have seem to have been addressed, in this very late letter received yesterday regarding the increased affordable housing from Homes England, it has come so late in the day, it's been difficult to digest the information and provide an according comment. Reading the letters above we're reading on the letters from Homes England, which will potentially provide another 15%. This is good news, but again, this is not guaranteed, and again, has opened up more questions with no guarantees on any of that. We also still feel that the local basic infrastructure has not been sufficiently addressed to support the local needs and to meet the project needs when this site becomes over 1,000 new homes. And with a reduced amount of still money, this will have an impact on the ability to deliver the local infrastructure that we require in the future. We also continue to believe that highways infrastructure is not sufficient. We will not be able to accommodate the increase of traffic from the development of this size, even when we consider the mitigation proposals that have been put in place. We'd also like to question whether a road safety audit, and I say, has been compiled against the island, the new roundabout, which has been proposed at the bottom of the Irish bypass, which would also contain the viability assessment, which we cannot find any. There's one been done for the signals, but there's been nothing done for the road, for the island. This will have serious safety implications for local residents and the neighbouring villages, as the roads immediately bordering the development are rural roads with existing problems and dangerous speeds already. This development affects real people and real people's lives. Please do the right thing by refusing this application and force a more suitable application in our village. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Mark Thorne, please, from Layton Parish Council. You are speaking against the application and you have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Parish of Layton and East Constantine. To be clear, we remain extremely concerned about the massive safety impact of this development, both through construction and afterwards, will have on the B4380 towards Rosebery. Therefore, we are asking for further requirements to be imposed to enable better road and pedestrian safety. So first, some context. The B4380 is a minor road going through the Shropshire Hills area of outstanding beauty. It's popular with tourists, as well as cyclists following the national cycle route along this road. In addition, there are very narrow pavements through villages such as Layton, as well as other challenges such as large agricultural vehicles, buses, large numbers of speeding motorbikes using the road as a racetrack, and HGVs travelling along this totally unsuitable narrow road. So it's important to emphasise that there has been a long-standing traffic speeding issue in Layton, and given the known safety issues, a traffic calming scheme was developed by Shropshire Council engineers some 5 years ago. However, despite this, problem continued to increase since then, requiring increasing intervention by the police and camera safety partnerships who regularly speed trap the village. This traffic calming scheme has still not been implemented. To exacerbate this further, the applicant estimates potentially 1/6 of their total development traffic will travel to and from Shrewsbury via the B4380 through Layton. Only lately, with the support of our local Shropshire councillor and the council officers, has this safety matter begun to be taken seriously. And in response, some outline mitigation measures have been proposed, but in our view, require considerable further study and indeed consultation, which has not been given. In addition, the indicative budget is clearly inadequate for the measures that are likely to be required. So, given all of this, the councillors will understand that the further traffic load generated by the proposed development can only make the existing safety problem even more untenable. We're therefore asking that Shropshire Council include the following additional requirements over and above those agreed already. First, suitable traffic calming measures must be agreed and installed no later than the occupation of the 50th house. The mitigation money should be increased from 65,000 to at least 265,000 to include the additional engineering works required to reduce traffic speeds. Thirdly, that there's a complete ban on construction traffic, including construction staff utilising the B4380 in either direction, and that a compliance system is implemented to ensure no construction vehicles utilise the B4380. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now have Councillor Duncan White on behalf of Much Wenlock Town Council, please. And you're speaking against the application, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Were we not surprised at the surrendering tone of the latest report? Harworth, an experienced company who knew what they were taking on before they bought the land, and now suddenly they say they can't afford the level of affordable housing. This is more than unfortunate, as described in the report. It's a travesty that no one seems to have the appetite to challenge this. In the last local election, many of us supported affordable housing, me included, and therefore, if the application is accepted, are we really supporting our community's needs? The applicant has proposed nothing new whatsoever, and has certainly not properly addressed the reasons for the original deferral. The applicant has simply refused to listen to our legitimate concerns, and that includes the response to the question of the traffic impact in Much Wenlock, and in particular at the Gaskell corner. All the traffic reports associated with this application are consistent in one respect. They all seek to claim that the impact on Much Wenlock will not be significant. This is a long way from the truth. The applicant's own analysis shows that the queues at the Gaskell corner will double with this development traffic. Anyone who knows that junction will realise this will be a nightmare. But the applicant describes the impact as insignificant. In order to calculate where and how much traffic would be on the road network, the applicant developed a traffic simulation model called VISM. Their reports described how accurate VISM was. However, as soon as it was challenged on the insignificant impact of the traffic on Much Wenlock, they suddenly decided that VISM, although correct elsewhere, had actually miscalculated Much Wenlock. So in a further attempt to avoid their responsibilities, they argued that Google was better than the previously irreproachable VISM. So it's by using these revised traffic flows that they now argue that only 5% of their traffic will come to Wenlock. In fact, the applicant's own report shows that it will be nearer to 10%, with 83 new trips in the morning and 80 in the afternoon. The shocking thing about all this is how willingly and without question it's all believed. It seems to be down to the town council to question the results and demand that the impact on the town is properly mitigated. The final straw is in the section 4 of the latest report, where the council is now suggesting that an earlier, completely untested, so-called improvement scheme at the Gaskell corner was a potential improvement option. This was previously completely rejected as being unworkable, impractical, and unacceptable. What will £250,000 of improvements really buy? Even their own rejected plan was not costed. This ridiculously low offer will not even start to go towards improving the problems that their development will bring to our town. We say you must reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now the local member Claire Wilde. She's a ward member and she has 5 minutes to address the committee.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I am the local member, but Thomas is from Much Wenlock. He's going to speak. Should he not go before me?
No, you go first, then Dan go next. Right. Thank you, Dan. We have 5 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Members, once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak about this critical application. I am bitterly disappointed at this entirely wasted opportunity for the applicant to respond to the committee's concerns. In many ways, I welcome all the benefits that the redevelopment of the former power station at Boulders will bring, but not at any cost. Members, setting aside the disgracefully low affordable housing percentage and the health provision, both of which have also been completely ignored since you challenged them at the last committee, it's these, coupled with a lack of infrastructure provision, which results in the cost and impact of this scheme being borne by the local people and the local towns and villages. At the committee meeting on the 15th of June, you quite rightly told the applicant that you were completely dissatisfied with their assessment at the Gaskell corner in Much Wenlock. They were told to come back with the junction properly analysed and mitigated. They have come back with nothing. The report to this committee states at 4.1 that a technical note summarising their assessment work at the Gaskell corner was submitted to Shropshire Council on the 2nd of July. Members, I have looked into the Council's planning portal and I cannot find this document. Maybe it's me, but I know others have looked and found absolutely nothing. In this note, if this note is Harworth's complete technical response to your demands, why can the public not see it? I noticed the conclusions of this note are summarised in the section 4.2. Members, the first 4 bullet points of that summary are wrong. They are not questionable, they are not merely challengeable, they are wrong. The figure of 5% travelling toward Muchmonlock is a complete fudge. The actual figure is nearly 10%, and that figure came from Harworth's own traffic reports provided previously. The increase in traffic at the junction given in section 4.2 is based on the assumption that everyone will accept that Google is a better tool than Harworth's own traffic model, isn't. It isn't the better tool, and consequently the traffic arriving at the Gaskell corner will be greater than given in section 4.2. Once again, members, I have taken this figure from Harworth's own traffic reports. Section 4.2 goes on to claim the results of detailed modelling show that without the proposed development, the Gaskell Arms junction suffers from congestion during peak times. Anybody who has been to Muchmonlock knows this. However, Harworth's detailed modelling does not show this. It says that in 2036, in the morning rush hour, the queue is only 3 vehicles, and in the afternoon, the queue is 3.8 vehicles. Of course, those who know the junction will realise that these results are absolute rubbish. However, it is upon these results and that of the Google fudge that the applicant bases the claim that their additional traffic will be modest and the impact of the Gaskell corner won't be severe, but only slight. Even if we suspended belief for a moment and accepted these results, they show that the traffic queues at the Gaskell corner more than doubles when the development traffic is added on. If the junction had been modelled correctly, we would see that the length of traffic queues is far higher, and it really doesn't bear thinking about for residents across the Muchmonlock division, and not just Muchmonlock, who've protested against this. Unbelievably, the report of 4.3 describes the junction as not being significantly exasperated by the half proposals. In addition, later in the report, we find a drawing of an earlier Harworth scheme given as an example of what might be proposed as a so-called improvement at the Gaskell corner. This is the same scheme that was rejected emphatically when it first surfaced and has remained untried and completely untested ever since. Why? Why has it been resurrected? And this, members, is the nightmare now hovering over Muchmonlock and its residents. It is not just the congestion at the Gaskell corner that is of concern, but also the impact of the rat running through the town that will be a direct result of this congestion. The rat running within Muchmonlock is already poor, and is particularly in places like Shinton and Queen Street, already potentially dangerous. Doubling the delays at the Gaskell corner will cause severe dangers to pedestrians, with more and more rat running. Nobody at Shropshire Council nor the applicant have an option for a workable solution to the traffic problems this development will cause, or an answer to its lack of affordable housing. Therefore, I call on this scheme to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, members of committee, thank you for allowing me to address you again today. Bilworth Power Station sits within the parish of Bilworth in Shropshire, just over 100 homes in a very rural area, surrounded by an ANOB and triple SSI, along with a scheduled ancient monument, Bilworth Abbey. The committee deferred this application at the last meeting to look at the viability study, timing and level of affordable homes, transport issues, and the CCG. However, at the last minute, an offer has come in from Homes England. As far as I can make out, the offer is as clear as mud. Funding may be available for the 15% shortfall in affordable homes, but you can't condition it. And surprise, surprise, and I quote, "This is provided that the reduced contribution is supported by a robust and independent viability report." Does this mean yet another viability assessment? However, the best line really is, "The officers have realistic grounds for optimism." How are you all feeling today? Harworth are a public company who specialise in the redevelopment of contaminated sites. They have a good reputation and a talented team. When they purchased the site off Uniper, there was about a 6-month period for them to complete due diligence. A company of their calibre would have been aware from day one about the SIL requirements and affordable housing level of 20% required in Shropshire and on this site. The committee are being advised yet again to approve this scheme against a backdrop of an initial assessment of 30% affordable and between 12 and 14 million pounds SIL, to a maybe, but not conditioned affordable level of 20% and no SIL. Viability assessments rely on the data fed into them. Paragraph 2.11 uses comparables for the per square foot data for an iron bridge in Telford and Shrewsbury in Shropshire. Why not Buildwas, Layton, Eton Constantine or Much Wenlock? Somewhere within the viability assessment should surely be what percentage of homes will be built on the greenfield part of the site. A question I keep asking and is continually not answered. This would make a huge difference to the figures. Does the reduced level of SIL and affordable housing mean there will be no development or very limited development on the greenfield part of the site? The numbers need to be made clear at this outline stage. How is this explained in your viability briefing? Transport. This has always been a major factor in the application, and the sand and gravel application you approved at the last meeting conditioned that only 25% of the sand and gravel on the site should be moved by road. Various conditions are in place to try and control traffic. Significant improvements are needed on the A4169 and the B4380, but there's just simply insufficient 106 monies available. And to highlight this, paragraph 4.17 assumes 80% of the traffic will exit via Telford, 5% via Much Wenlock, which leaves 15% not mentioned that will exit onto the B4380. Yet, in paragraph 4.16, only £65,000 is identified for road improvements for the B4380. It incorrectly mentions pedestrian improvements in Layton and traffic calming in Buildwas, which is the wrong way round. So, are there similar errors in the viability assessment? These measures are needed to fund an appropriate level and they should be implemented at the earliest opportunity. How can you build 1,000 homes and condition only 65,000 for 15% of the traffic? What explanation was given at the viability briefing? The scale of the development is simply out of step with the monies allocated and are wholly inadequate. I refer back to my suggested conditions that from day one, there needs to be a speed reduction on the A4169 and B4380, combined with VAS signs to collect speed and the volume of traffic. CCG issues. All the local GP practices are operating well over capacity. It is critical that the CCG are involved and listened to over the vision for 1,000 new homes. Yet again, there is inadequate funding for the CCG. Normally, this would be funded via SIL, but that's been rolled up into the 106 monies. I would suggest that in normal circumstances, that if the basic infrastructure cannot be delivered, then the application should be refused.
Thank you. 5 minutes up. Do you want to answer?
5 minutes up, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Do you want 2 questions you wanted to answer?
Yes, as local member, I am allowed to ask 2 questions. They're quite short. So my first question is, I'd like to know how the number of homes proposed to be built on the greenfield part of the site has been calculated. All members will be aware it's much cheaper to build on greenfield rather than brownfield sites. This differential must have been a part of the viability assessment. So can you, committee, not the officers, explain this part and the associated numbers attached to the greenfield part of the site? My first question. Okay, so my second question is, this is absolutely the last opportunity to fix the affordable housing levels on this site. When Bellway or Persimmon or another developer come along with their planning applications, it'll just be for reserved matters for design and layout, not the affordable housing levels or the infrastructure. Can you put your hand on your heart and say, approving this application will deliver the affordable housing promised? I say promised, not conditioned. And what about the 6,478 households who were on Home Point on the 1st of August 2021? Those are my two questions. I shall retire now. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Stuart Ashton, the applicant, please. You have 9 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? I'm Stuart Ashton, Head of Planning at Harworth. On the 15th of June, this committee debated the Ironbridge application and resolved to defer it in order to allow further clarification on 4 specific issues: viability, affordable housing, Gaskell Junction, health issues. The planning officer has provided a detailed response on these 4 points, which is set out in the planning report before you today. I would like to comment on the 4 issues. Firstly, viability. The council appointed Matthew Spilsby, a leading independent viability expert, to review the Harworth viability. Mr Spilsby has also briefed Shropshire councillors on viability process and addressed specific questions raised by the councillors. His conclusion is the Harworth viability is fair, reasonable, and the assumptions made within the evidence can be relied upon to determine the application. An independent expert would not put this in his report if he did not believe it. Viability is a complex matter. That is why Harworth employ a specialist to advise us. I am not an expert, and neither are you, which is why the council seeks independent expert advice. Some of the objectors have implied that Harworth have misled people with the information we have submitted, or we are over-familiar with officers. This is complete, utter nonsense. All the information we have submitted is available to the public and open to scrutiny. I am on first-name terms with the officers at both councils. That is because we have met every 2 weeks over the last 3 years in an attempt to resolve complex technical and planning issues in a professional manner. You should be proud of the way your officers have conducted themselves dealing with this complex application. A number of people have also made reference to the price we paid for the site. The site was purchased on the open market with competition from other developers. The purchase price was 4.25 million, and this information is available from the land registry. That price does not include stamp duty, land tax, acquisition fees and costs, or a contractual overage payment to Uniper if we are successful in securing planning consent. Therefore, the total cost of the site is 6.4 million, which is a figure that appears in the Harworth Development Viability Review. On affordable housing, the level of affordable housing is determined by the viability. Harworth has held further discussions with Homes England, Shropshire Council, and an organisation who is a potential provider of retirement housing and extra care for older people. Homes England has written to the council to state they may be willing to provide funding to deliver additional affordable housing over and above the 5% proposed. Funding cannot be guaranteed, but there is the potential that Homes England will become an investor partner in the Ironbridge development. Harworth has worked successfully with Homes England on other projects, and there is constructive collaboration between the two organisations. Turning to the Gaskell Arms Junction, Harworth's transport consultant has produced a technical note on their assessment work at Gaskell Arms Junction, and this was submitted on 2nd of July. The Highway Authority has confirmed that the planning condition of 106 contribution agreed with Harworth is appropriate for the scale of impact of the proposals at this location. Harworth is happy for part of the contribution to be earmarked to fund a study into the longer-term highway solution for Much Wenlock. In terms of health matters, Council has held further discussions with the CCG to try and address their concerns. The CCG were first consulted about 18 months ago, and it has been difficult for both councils to get detailed information from the CCG, which is backed up by evidence. The latest evidence requests a payment of £913,750 to fund additional health facilities. At present, it is proposed to allocate £500,000 based on discussions between Shropshire, Telford and Harworth. Harworth have also offered to provide a service plot if the facilities are provided on site. The CCG has not yet decided where to provide additional facilities. This leaves a shortfall of £413,750. No other major development in either Telford or Shropshire have previously paid a health contribution. This will be a first. In my opinion, we have several options. One, we can say to the CCG, the offer is £500,000 and a service plot. Two, the shortfall could potentially be clawed back through future still funding or via the review mechanism. Or three, the shortfall could be provided from the £1 million proposed to be paid to the Build Wasp Neighbourhood Fund. This is a very large sum of money which is not allocated to any specific mitigation and as a result of the Shropshire Seal mechanism. Let me remind people that Build Wasp has a population of just over 300 people, and so I think this is a disproportionate amount of money. My suggestion is the parish still receives £600,000 paid into the neighbourhood fund, but £400,000 is reallocated towards the shortfall in health funding, and as a goodwill gesture, Harwood will pay another £13,750 to completely close the gap. Residents of Build Wasp would also clearly benefit from the new health facilities. I accept that some residents and councillors are opposed to the proposals, and they've spoken passionately about their concerns. However, on a scheme of this complexity, it is virtually impossible for Harworth to address everyone's concerns, but I honestly think we have done our absolute best. The report rightly concentrates on the 4 issues raised by the councillors, but let's not forget the benefits of the redevelopment of a power station that had come to the end of its life, as we don't burn coal to generate power anymore in this country. There are economic benefits in terms of additional council tax payments every year, new homes bonus revenues, business rates and new jobs created. The development will also deliver new housing with a mix of types, styles, sizes and affordability, a new local centre, a potential rail connection, leisure and sports facilities, landscaping, a park and ride facility, extraction of the sand and gravel, a new primary school, health facilities, employment, drainage, highway and infrastructure improvements. Harwood are fully committed to the redevelopment of the site. The proposals are in accordance with the Shropshire Local Plan Review, which councillors agreed on the 15th of July to submit to the Secretary of State. This is a key milestone in the preparation of the local plan. The committee report is detailed and clear in its recommendation. The viability is supported by the council's own expert. There are no objections from statutory consultees. There is a comprehensive package of mitigation of 16.75 million and 5% affordable housing. There is also a review mechanism which allows for additional funding to be delivered if the scheme is more successful than our assumptions predicting the viability. Financially, there is simply nothing more that we can offer. We want to continue to work with Shropshire Council to deliver a scheme that we're all proud of, but after 3 years of detailed discussions, we now need you to determine the application today so we can decide how to proceed. I hope you will support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well timed. Thank you. Right, Graham, do you want to come back there, please?
Chair, you're asking me to respond to some of the queries that have been raised, if I may, please. Yes. I think, if I recollect, you've had one which I'd like to respond to from Mr. Malloy, which relates to the suggestion that the council's viability consultant was not impartial because they have previously worked for the for Harworth. I would like to reassure members that there was a comprehensive tendering process that we took on. There were 7 consultants that we invited to tender, and the Matthew Spilsbury's then company was the one that we chose, allied with RPG, who are the Turley's allied with RPG, who were the quantity surveyors. Now the bid was a good, high quality bid, and I think we have received a quality, an independent piece of work. I think that the work is available to review on the council's website. It has been, I think we've distributed the report, the Turley report, to the members. There is a code of practice, code of conduct, which these big multidisciplinary international companies must apply by, and they must declare any conflicts of interest. Now, it is entirely the case that a company such as Harworth will have interactions with a multinational major companies such as Turley's. That doesn't necessarily equate to a conflict of interest. And I think that the proof of the pudding, as it were, is in the reports that Matthew Spilsbury has provided from Turley's and RPG. But I would say that since that time, Mr. Spilsbury moved on to another company. And again, he is bound by the sort of conflict of interest criteria. He has given members independent advice as a employee of that company, CCP, I believe it is, CBRE, I beg your pardon, thank you. And you know, again, he is bound by the duty of care criteria that these consultancies must be. So I want to emphasise that we have procured robust, independent advice in accordance with the requirements of the NPPF on that one. So members should regard this as a clear, independent steer from the viability assessor. With regard to the 2 questions from Councillor Wilde, I know the first one was a perhaps, can I use the term, a kind of rhetorical question to members, but asking what the balance of housing was within the sites, and particularly what the relative weighting of greenfield to brownfield housing was. And I want to emphasise that this is an outline application. Whilst we have, you can see in front of us, the indicative layout plan, obviously each individual phase of the application will be subject to reserved matters applications, which will define the actual balance of housing. But as a very general guess, I think it's fair to estimate that the proportion of housing within the Western Greenfield area as a proportion of the total is of the order of around 45 to 50%. Now, we can't actually quantify this because obviously we have reserved matters. I think we need to bear in mind that some of the housing in the eastern area is likely to be of a denser nature than the sort of generally more sort of typically suburban housing that we can expect on the greenfield sites. There was a second question that Councillor Wilde asked, and I'm just trying to locate that. Yes, this implication that this is the last opportunity to deliver affordable housing. I would again want to reassure members that is not the case. The situation is not set in stone with this application. We've indicated in the update reports the dialogue that's occurred with Homes England. I appreciate we cannot bank on that with absolute 100% degree of certainty. However, Homes England was set up, I think in 2015, with a specific objective of subsidising affordable homes just in such circumstances as this, where it may not be possible to comply with development plan policy levels. And I think that there is a grant funding window up until 2026, but there will be new windows of funding throughout the build-out period of the site, although the government's priorities for affordable homes, the exact way it's delivered may change. But this represents an ongoing opportunity to address any perceived shortfalls relative to the level required by policy CS11. Additionally, we have house builders who are developers of social housing, and they compete on the open market with housing companies for plots in sites just such as this. And you heard from Mr. Ashton that Harworth are in proactive discussion with one of these house builders. So there are these two mechanisms which will offer realistic prospects because of the precedents, because it's happened on other major sites before, time and again, that we will be able to redress the shortage of affordable housing from that. Additionally, we have a clawback mechanism, viability review, the end of the 5th year and each subsequent 5th year during the build-out periods, and we will end up with money clawed back from anything that's in excess of profit, and that would be prioritised in the first instance towards affordable housing, with also the potential for some of that money to be used for healthcare and additional highway funding. So there are these multiple mechanisms by which to address any perceived deficits in this application. And it isn't by any chalk the end of the opportunity. It's not set in stone if members, when members determine this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Graham. Right. Do you want to come back, Gemma, at all?
I've made a couple of notes if that's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the first speaker, David Turner, raised the issue with regard to the doctor's surgery. One of the points that I would make really is that the emphasis on the peak hour trips. So you'd have to kind of judge the impact of that. Simon Heath, with regard to the safety at the B4380 Buildwas Bank Junction. The roundabout option was the third option. Sweat path analysis has been submitted, but as part of any technical approval process, the roundabout will be safety audited and fully assessed, and to include sweat path analysis, so that will be taken into account. The Layton Parish Council, again, just outlined within the briefing note that was circulated to members, the scope of the scheme will be conditioned. So in terms of the proposals for Layton Parish, this is to be agreed with the applicants. The indicative amounts were kind of provided to look at the whole planning balance. There'll be no construction vehicles that will be using the B3480, and it's a valid point raised with regard to construction workers, and that can be supported through a travel plan, which can be within the construction management plan. The comments from with regard to Much Wenlock and the Gaskell Arms Junction, the reference to significant is that is a test effectively, so which is the reason why that word is used in terms of judging the kind of the level of impact on the junction itself. I think it's been sort of discussed about the level of number of vehicles that will be travelling through that junction, and the assumption that the 5% came from the vehicles that will be travelling towards Ridge North and the South Shropshire direction, and then it's generally acknowledged that actually that 5% will sort of be closer to the 10%, and that has been taken into account from a highways perspective and outlined within the briefing notes that it's acknowledged that a proportion of vehicles will be travelling towards Much Wenlock direction through what we call kind of link trips, so if they're going to the secondary school or doctors or accessing the local amenities. So that has been taken into consideration when we've been assessing the application. And then Councillor Dan Thomas as well. With regard to the technical note, I have checked on the planning file. The planning portal isn't available to the members of the public, but it was circulated to members. So hopefully you've had an opportunity to assess any information that the applicant has submitted.
Thank you, Gemma. Right, no committee. Councillor Parsons, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start off with where we were back in June when we had our first meeting on this particular subject, when we deferred on 4 grounds, and we've now had the response back from Harworths as the developer. No change on affordable housing, no change on the issue of the Gaskell Junction, and no change in terms of contribution to the CCG, all based on the viability assessment. The viability assessment is the thing there that is preventing Harworths from coming forward with improvements in those areas that we as a committee felt were important. And we've seen 2 viability assessments for this particular project. The first one, which was provided by Tustain, which was commissioned by Harworth, and the second one, the Turley viability assessment, which we've heard from members of the public that there may be some issue there with regards to how impartial that review might be. But we've also heard from our own officers that there is a view there that that was an impartial review, and so we need to take account of that. But I have 2 issues that with regards to that viability assessment, and I'm not an expert in this field, but it looks to me as though the costs have been shown at their maximum and the income has not been shown at its maximum. So with those 2 situations, it's always going to look like the compliant position of 20% affordable housing would not be affordable. The one issue in terms of the cost to Harworth is the finance charge, and I asked a question, and it's shown in the report in para 213 Roman 7. Roman 6. I asked, why was there a £25 million finance charge if the site was redeveloped with a compliant number of affordable houses, as against only a £7 million finance charge if it was provided with wholly market, with the 5% affordable housing. And I asked that question, and if you see the answer to that question in the report, it's a typical politician's answer, in that it doesn't give me an answer as to why that difference is there. And no one has attempted to answer that question. Because my understanding of what Harworth are financing is in para 2.6, whereby their role is to acquire the land, to demolish buildings on it that are no longer required, and to remedy the land ready for development. So it would not matter, their cost would not increase whether they were putting affordable houses on it or unaffordable houses. Their costs would not increase. So why does that finance charge increase by £18 million? That makes a significant difference as to what may be affordable and unaffordable. The second issue is the income, and in their compliant policy, they say that for the 1,000 houses that they're going to build there, there will be receipts of £258 million. That's an average of £258,000 for each of the properties that they build there, and that ranges from one-bedroom apartments to five-bedroom detached houses with double detached garages. I say that that position is low, that they will receive, and we will only know that when these houses have been sold. It's based on a single valuation from Savills, I think it is, as to what those houses will raise in terms of revenue. Now, I sold my house last year, and I certainly didn't take one valuation. I took three, and there was a 15% difference between the lowest and the highest. And I think that this again is something that has not been dealt with correctly. There should have been more people involved in the valuation of what those houses will bring in. Moving on, as far as the Gaskell Arms is concerned, the figures there that have been used to determine what the traffic impact will be at the Gaskell Arms junction are, in my view, incorrect. You'll recall from the previous meeting that it was saying that of all the traffic leaving this development, 80% of it would turn up the hill towards Telford. And only the rest of it would use the B road through Layton and the A road down to Much Wenlock. Well, if there's anybody else in the room that believes that, then I think that that would be unusual. Whether that was based on I'd like to know, in fact, what that assumption was based on. Was it based on the original assumption that there would be 20% affordable housing on there, therefore a lot more young families, maybe people travelling to Telford to work and to shop? Because if it was based on that, then it needs to be looked at again in terms of this latest proposal with only 5% affordable housing, more people coming into the community, probably of a retirement age, who are more likely to be travelling to Dudmaston Hall or Attingham Park or a cream tea in Much Wenlock than they are driving up to Telford. And I think that there is some doubt about some of the figures that are put before us here. In terms of the CCG, they're asking, I think, for £913,000 as a contribution so that they can make a choice as to how they provide those services. And the developer is saying, oh, we'll give you £500,000 and a pitch on our site to develop a surgery. CCG is saying that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for the cash. It's also interesting in the late papers that we received yesterday that the CCG feel that they have not been, their position has not been properly put forward to this committee. Now, that's their view, and I'm sure our officers have a different view to that, and we may hear that view. But certainly they're saying that they feel that we've been misinformed about their particular position. So there are many questions here to answer, and hopefully we will get more information before we have to take a decision on this particular application.
Thank you, Councillor Parsons. Now, Councillor Boddington, please.
Thank you, Chair. If we accept the proposal before us, we will let Shropshire down by not building the affordable housing we so desperately need. We will let our county down by not building the sustainable communities our residents wish for. If we approve this proposal today, we will deliver a severe blow to the emerging local plan, even before it has been examined. One of the biggest principles of that plan is providing an adequate supply of affordable housing. Another is to ensure that we have well-designed sustainable communities. A community of 1,000 homes, maybe 3,000 people, with just 50 affordable homes cannot be described as a sustainable community in the 21st century. What is more, the business model suggests to me that the proportion of affordable housing will not increase,
If we agree this proposal today, we will be stuck with 5%, as each incoming house builder argues the planning committee said 5%, so 5% it must be. There's much talk of leverage, clawback, or any excess profits. I really wonder how much money we'll see after the accountants have done their work, maximising costs and minimising income, including financial charges for different options. In any event, it's also clear now that clawback could be used for other purposes than affordable housing, for example for health facilities, and these are the transport impacts that this scheme will have. Any clawback that goes to affordable housing is probably going to go off site because of the way the site is to be parcelled up and sold off. That reinforces the view that this is an almost exclusively private development, and affordable housing is something that just goes somewhere else. We are given hopes in the late papers that Homes England could rise to the rescue, but only after the planning commission is granted a 5% affordable housing. I see nothing in the way that the government or Homes England works with respect to growth that gives me confidence that it will ride in and fix a full scheme when it is leading so many other developments around the country. We see affordable housing as a priority, not as an add-on. We are told that affordable housing providers could express an interest, and we hear that one maybe has, in buying up parcels for development. In other developments around the county and the country, the social housing providers are in at the outset. They're not an afterthought. They're not coming in after 3 years. They're in at zero, first stage of the development. I don't think we can, and we must not, approve an application on the basis of wishful thinking. We did hear more about the viability assessment in a private committee which has led us training, but it was no more than an explanation of the methodology used for this application, and I came away not knowing whether we have the right viability model or not. The full viability assessment is on my desk here, but members of the public and independent experts are not allowed to see it. I think that's wrong in principle, and it's against the MPP Act. We are told that, however, cannot alone resolve traffic implications of this scheme. In major schemes of this size around the country, infrastructure issues are anticipated and resolved at the outset. In fact, we've seen that around Oxford Street and around Shrewsbury. But here we're offered what may best be described as a piecemeal approach. Excuse my moment. Yet this is one of the biggest developments this planning committee will ever approve. What is clear is that Shropshire is not getting a good deal out of this application. We're getting the housing numbers we need, and that's always useful in the current planning machine. But we don't get the affordable housing and the sustainable communities we need. If we reject this application, and I believe we should, we will face an appeal. There is no reason why we should lose that appeal. We will have stood our ground. We will have defended both our current and our emerging local plan. We will have started the new local plan on a striding foot, championing what's best for Shropshire, sticking to our principles. I cannot support this application.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall, please.
Chair, can we ask speakers to have the microphone closer to them? We'll speak up a little, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Back in June, as a committee, we deferred the decision over the 4 points that we've looked at. I walked away from that meeting quite hopeful that we would get some resolution and some comfort in the replies from Harwood's, because I'm keen to repatriate and reclaim brownfield sites for development. And I actually think Ironbridge is a good place to potentially live, bring children up for the future. I think Councillor Thomas used the expression he was bitterly disappointed when he saw the new report, and I have to say, equally, I was disappointed. Basically, there's lots of pages of paper that saying nothing changes. We sat there, as Councillor Boddington says, with Matt Spilsbury, who presented how the viability study was conducted. the overriding thing for me that came out in that Matt's viability study found that the gross development value came in at £326 per square foot. However, Harwood's viability study came in at £265 per square foot. Now that's a difference of 23%. In fiscal terms, nearly £250,000 in every £1 million. Now, I'm in business, and in my commercial life, if I was looking to do a capital project and my team came back to me and they said, Richard, this is what it is, potentially we could make 23%, potentially we could make nothing, I'd kick them straight back out of the office, tell them to go back, redo the figures and have a look, because 23% is a ridiculous difference in the figures. Maybe 5%, 10% we can accept, 23% it's miles off the mark. We also have to look at Harworths as a company. They're a very respected, very well established developer that will have access to some of the finest practitioners in due diligence in the country. And I'm sure they work on every development that they come up to. So when the land came for sale in Ironbridge, I'm sure Harworths would have done their due diligence. It was mentioned before, they would have known what the policy compliant percentages were for affordable housing. What really concerns me about this development is the Ccg figures as well. We had the report last night, I think it was about 10 to 5 it came through. Ccg have come back and they've quoted the Thoresby Nottingham development that Harworths are actually on, where they've agreed to pay £850 per unit, which equates in this development £913,000. The best that Harworths have offered on that is they'll stick to the £500,000 and they'll take another £400,000 away from the Builders Parish Fund. And as a gesture of goodwill, they're going to give £13,000. The cost of a second-hand family saloon car. Unfortunately, that's not acceptable. I really struggle with this development. To me, it seems that Harworths are putting it in at the cheapest possible cost commitment that they can get away with. Now, commercially, I don't blame them for doing that, but I think it's riddled with if, buts and maybes. If they do well, we'll get some on the clawback fund. If the planning permission goes through, if the Homes England agree to it, they may fund affordable housing. I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. As a council, yes, we are responsible for the council and for the fiscal returns that can come from development. But I think above all, we've got to show a responsibility to the residents that we as elected members represent. Now, I know I want my children to be able to afford to live in the areas that they were brought up in and not having to move out of the area to other areas where they can afford. For us to only offer 5% of affordable housing in an area like Ironbridge that could open up so much opportunities for young families to get on the housing ladder, whether that be rental or purchasing at decent prices, for us to negate that, I think we would be letting our residents down. And for that reason, I could not support this development.
Any other speakers, please? Jane, do you want to come back with anything?
Chair, do you mind if I just come back
yeah,
with a couple of points that have been raised by members? I mean, clearly, first of all, members, we put that viability training on. You've heard others say we're not experts. We employed the experts to present that training to you. And one of the points I just wanted to raise was when Matt Spilsby delivered that, he was talking about the land trader model and the incentivisation in that. I know you went there to Councillor Parsons, but all your questions were fed into the discussion. The developers actually incentivised to get profit. It doesn't return. This development wouldn't, if members were, I'm getting the sense in the room, but if members were minded to support it, it wouldn't yield a profit for about 10 years anyway. And they're incentivised to get a profit at every sale of a serviced land parcel. And that's why I certainly, as an officer, had more confidence in that review mechanism, because there's an incentivisation built into that mechanism to generate profit that would provide for that clawback. So just wanted to make that point first. I think there's also there's a sense that obviously members are focusing on the issues of concern, and I just want to remind members to take into account all of the things that the development would offer. You're absolutely right to highlight the things, the issues that cause you concern, and part of the job of being a member of the planning committee is to weigh up those factors that weigh in favour of the development, or the positives that the development like this would bring. The applicants spoke to some of those previously. In terms of the CCG point, I think it's fair to say that has been difficult and disappointing for us. And I don't wish to steal your thunder, Graham, but I was part of the discussions. Officers have been asking for clarity as to what the ask is, and it doesn't help any of us if it arrives relatively late in the day in terms of the figures. And what we feel we've got is the best sort of negotiated position on that. The figure at Thoresby, I mean, it sounds to me, it's a little bit like a horse trade. Well, we accepted that there. That's a different place. That's South Yorkshire. We'll accept that here. I think what I just wanted to say is the CCG doesn't yet know, and I've been party to several meetings with CCG representatives since members deferred the item with Graham. CCG hasn't taken a decision yet as to what it wants to do. It hasn't decided we're going to expand Ironbridge facilities or Much Wenlock or wherever, or build a new facility on site. They don't yet know that. So there's an argument about the money, and that's a matter for members to consider. Officers felt that £500,000 plus a service block was reasonable, given that the CCG hasn't said exactly what it wants at this stage. In defence of builders, the neighbourhood fund point has just been raised. That's money, that is money generated by SIL, goes to builders. It's for builders to decide what it does, and so there's £1 million that was raised by the applicant, and there's £1 million that the scheme would yield throughout its development, so throughout that sort of 15-year period, and that's the neighbourhood fund. It's for builders to determine where that money would go. We might like to say it'll provide for a healthcare facility, but it's not your decision. It would be a decision for builders. In terms of the traffic, I can see we've got questions around real life experience against modelled data. And all I would say is that if we do find ourselves in a position of an appeal, and that word's been mentioned a couple of times today, the appeal would be determined on the evidence by an independent inspector. The officers have tried to provide you with the evidence in order to reach a decision today. And I know sometimes our experience might not correlate with the evidence before us, but that is the evidence. It's not for officers to try and in any way present the evidence in a way that isn't factual. I think in Gemma's note, the updated technical note that you referred to, Gemma, you make there's some sort of narrative about how those figures about where the traffic goes, 80% goes sort of northeast, and 5% going down towards the Gaskell. Gemma's point says that is a reasonable judgment to make. Now, members may disagree with that based on their experience, but in an appeal situation, I'm not saying this to be provocative, but the inspector will be looking for evidence with which to base that decision. Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to say.
Thank you. If I can just respond to Councillor Marshall's point about the 20% difference in assumption of profitability between the viability assessment undertaken in connection with the emerging local plan and Harworth's assessment. that issue was considered specifically in the report from point 210 onwards, and it indicates that the assessment undertaken by the council's consultant in the local plan was at a very high level, and it did not take account of the abnormal costs that this scheme has been shown to be carrying, and that includes £14.5 million in demolition costs in addition to the normal purchase costs. The fact that demolition and remediation costs, the fact that we're on a brownfield site where there is low-level contamination, a legacy from the previous industrial use, large blocks of concrete underneath the ground, asbestos to remove, buildings amongst the largest in Shropshire to demolish, ecological issues to consider with bats and raptors and newts, and all of which incur abnormal costs. And these factors play into the viability assessment. These have not been assumed in the council's assessment on the local plan review, which is very optimistic in comparison. This viability assessment is based on practical figures that have been input based upon the knowledge, the detailed knowledge that Harworth had derived from over 3 years of studying this site and assessing its option. So this is the reason why our consultant Matthew Spilsby was able to endorse Harworth's conclusions, and why he has explicitly explained the differences with the other one. Again, on profitability, assumptions about the value per square metre of per square foot, and the figure of £265 per square foot for the building value has been identified. Now, in the Shropshire context, that is a fairly generous estimate of what the value will be. We've heard about levels of around £212 per square foot in central Ironbridge, but not Layton. We've heard about levels of £225 per square foot in Shrewsbury. Harworth are including a kind of an uplift due to the location in their assumptions, which have been assessed and validated by our independent viability consultants. I'm bound to say that if the application is refused, then we would need to re-evaluate the financial assumptions behind this, and that could well have significant implications for what can be delivered. I'm sorry to have to make that point, but thank you, Chair.
Councillor Love, please.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of questions I'd just like to ask, if that's okay, please. With regard to the World Heritage Site, do you think there's any chance that, looking at what's happened in Liverpool, that there's any likelihood that that's going to have an impact on Ironbridge?
I think that they're entirely different situations, Councillor. The position with Liverpool was that there is a kind of showstopper view along the quayside frontage of the Liver building and various other historic trade buildings, and into that was juxtaposed modern buildings which had a significant bearing on the context, the visual setting of that World Heritage Site. In this case, we have a site which is oriented along a narrow valley to the east of the core of the World Heritage Sites. The visibility information that has been provided has confirmed that there is extremely limited intervisibility between the World Heritage Sites and this site. And members saw that on the site visits. It's all trees, effectively. You have a bridge. It's an entirely different situation. I know that detractors of the scheme have sought to raise this issue with UNESCO. It is an entirely different context from the situation in Liverpool.
Okay, thank you. And also, if they build the health centre, if that is the way it ends up going forward, and the CCG agreed to that, what size I might have missed it in the plans, what sort of size health centre are they looking to build? I mean, they're looking to build something that would be suitable for the other villages in the outlying, or would it be just for those 1,000 homes?
As Ian indicated, the CCG has not decided whether or not it wishes to include a healthcare centre in the site yet. It is still reviewing its options. Those options will need to consider whether there is expansion capacity within the existing practices. And we know that that's not the case at Ironbridge, but it may be the case at Broseley and in Cressidge potentially. We know it's not the case at King Street in Much Wenlock because of the limited parking and space issues referred to by David Turner. So I think they have options. All I can say at this stage is that that Harworth have committed to the principle of delivering a service plot on the site. They support any initiative by the CCG to develop a healthcare centre at that point. The baseline is it would need to deal with sufficient capacity for the number of homes within the development, which is 1,000 homes plus 75 retirement unit village. So you're looking at around 2,800 individuals. Now, that would be a healthcare unit which is small, very small, in comparison with what is now occurring, where healthcare practices are merging, amalgamating, and generally the economies of scale are clicking in. So we know that there is a pre-existing capacity issue with healthcare practice, the three local practices, and we know that pressure of people from new developments in Telford has exacerbated that. I don't want to speculate, but in very early dialogue with the CCG, it was at least initially indicated by them that this site would potentially offer the opportunity to relieve all the pressure on those existing practices by providing something which catered for more than just the requirements within the site. Their tone has changed in recent discussions. However, the potential option of delivering a strategic facility which relieves pressure elsewhere in the service exists with this site.
And is there any way that we can get consent with the 106 for Homes England to sort of, is there any way that we can find a way of making sure that that can happen? I mean, is there some way we can put that into the planning, or that they can negotiate with Homes England?
Yes, I believe that's referred to in the update report. Harworth have committed to enter into a legal obligation to expedite any grant funding bids with Home England. They've already had dialogue with them, but they're held back at the moment because they don't have a planning consent. They can't actually make an application. But yes, it's there as a legal obligation, a legal commitment. We need to decide whether it's a separate unilateral undertaking or whether we can include it within the main legal agreement in Appendix 1 of the annex to the report.
Okay, so my understanding there is that there is a mechanism that we could, by using Homes England, ensure that we get the adequate, hopefully 20% affordable homes.
Homes England cannot guarantee anything in terms of things that are submitted for grant funding until they have obviously determined it. What's speaking with the Affordable Council's Housing Enabling Officer earlier this week, it is clear that this grant fund pot has been set up specifically by government in 2015 through the Homes England initiative in order to actually fund schemes such as this, whereby it isn't viable to deliver the full complement of affordable housing. Although I emphasise that because the NPPF acknowledges viability can affect affordability, that in the opinion of officers, the scheme is compliant with national policy respect at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boddington and then Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, officers, for those additional points of information. But there are times I thought we were going to speculation about what the scheme might provide, and we are determining the planning application before us, not what it might be, what it is. I do not believe that this is the right application. I do want to see this site developed. Got no issue with that. But this is not the right application. It is such a big decision. We must make the right decision. My belief is that even this scheme today would be the wrong decision. I'm reluctant to say that because I think we should get the site developed, but we don't have the right scheme. So I would like to propose rejecting the scheme, rejecting the officer's recommendation for approval, on the basis that the Highways and Health Services implications of this scheme are not adequately addressed and any solutions needed are not adequately funded, and that the level of affordable housing is too low for any development in Shropshire, let alone a flagship development at the heart of our emerging local plan. In terms of the emerging local plan, the proposal fails, the principal thing, the Shropshire test, by not supporting cohesive communities and providing sufficient services. Specifically, the lack of affordable housing and the uncertainty of health provision fails SP1. The affordable housing provision, notwithstanding the viability assessment, is too low to meet the ambitions of SP3. Thank you.
I wasn't expecting to follow that, but as I do, I will second that recommendation. What I was going to say was that, again, like Andy, I would support a compliant application for this site. I want to see this site developed. It needs to be developed. It can't be left as it currently is. And just to sort of make a comparison, only half a mile away from this site is the Argus smelting plant in Coalbrookdale, which has been redundant since 2017. It's 340 years of... It's very much a brownfield site that needs remediating. Shropshire Homes are developing that site. It's in Telford and Wrekin, but I say only half a mile from here. And the site is much smaller. It's only going to take 100 houses, but it will have 20% affordable housing. And I can't see why something nearer to that mark can't be achieved on this site as well.
Thank you. Ian, do you want to come back, please?
Thank you. I think I just draw members to, we can't compare, we've got to compare apples with apples, and there might have been a completely different set of circumstances about the site that Councillor Parsons has just referred to. Indeed, I've had conversations with the Telford officers who were saying, crikey, we're being faced with sites where no affordable housing is being offered. So, and I'm not throwing that into the mix because I haven't got the evidence, and I'm not trying to persuade you one way or another on that point. Just please be cautious when we're saying, oh, well, they've done it, so ours should be able to do it. We've got a particular set of circumstances that have been set out. The officers, of course, do not want to be presenting to members a report that says we can't have everything we would like. Now, that is not the position that we've been working on this, as has been mentioned, for a number of years, 18 months or so, to get to this point. And there are a whole series of difficult negotiations. And I can see in what Councillor Boddington has just said, there's a bit of leap of faith that he's said, well, I don't see why we should take that, because it's too uncertain. And I understand that also.
But given that we haven't been able to pull everything together that members would like, that the policy would like to deliver, the whole purpose of this was to say we don't know what's around the corner. We didn't know there was going to be a pandemic. We didn't know there was going to be an economic downturn. Things go down as well as up. We're on a point of recovering, I hope, from that now. And this is a very, very long-term plan. We're not talking about something that's going to be built out in the next sort of 6 to 8 months. This is 15 years of development. And that's why there's those review mechanisms. So I just really wanted to say, I do absolutely understand the concerns that have been expressed and well articulated by a number of members. But that is why there is a review mechanism in this legal agreement, so that you can revisit that viability and claw back the contributions that are not currently before you, and the opportunity exists to do that. So just wanted to say, and finally, I just want to come back to a point that Graham raised, and I don't know whether it really resonates. Right at the beginning, that the developer costs per dwelling for this site are high, extremely high. And Graham mentioned that the infrastructure contributions total with the remediation costs equate to around £31,000 a unit. Now, I haven't got lots and lots of sites at this scale to compare that to, but colleagues are saying that £20,000 a unit is good. So £31,000 a unit. If you look at the remediation costs and the infrastructure costs are high. So just, sorry Chair, just to come back on those points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just with regard to the proposed reason for refusal, it refers to highways and health impacts. Well, first of all, as you've heard from other officers, we do need to rely on evidence, and the highways evidence before you is that those impacts are not unacceptable, such to justify a refusal. In terms of the affordable housing, that's been referred by members as too low, and we understand it is not the amount that we would expect normally, but it's a fundamental part of dealing with planning policy. First of all, the planning policy is your starting point, and you should approve things that are in accordance with planning policy. But in reading planning policy, we have to read it as a whole. So while we have got a certain percentage of affordable housing that we would require, both our policy in CS11 and the NPPF does deal with the issue of viability. So if the viability evidence is there, then it is not necessarily true to say that in fact this is policy non-compliant in respect of affordable housing, because that policy read as a whole takes account of the need to consider viability. And you have extensive and detailed, independently assessed evidence about viability before you. So on any appeal, and that obviously that word has been mentioned, that is the information and the evidence that the inspector would be looking at. And having had that independently assessed by a separate viability assessor, there isn't really anywhere much for the council to go in making the argument the site is viable to support a greater level of affordable housing than is currently offered. So that means that, in terms of evidence in support of a reason for refusal, that's going to be very difficult. And that would certainly be an argument in favour of saying that was an unreasonable refusal with the consequences that could flow from that. And I am bound to give you that legal advice at this stage. There's also been reference to the emerging local plan and the policies that this is said to not be in compliance with. Well, that is a relatively still early stage. It's been submitted for, or going to be submitted for examination in public, and as I think in the update report you had, the weight that can be given to that is relatively limited, and you should also obviously bear in mind that we do have this as going to be an allocated site. So I would urge caution around the proposed reason for refusal as put before you.
Right, Councillor Bollington.
Thank you. We can certainly change the wording to, we can reference to the emerging local plan. I accept it has limited weight, but on the other hand, this site is not in the core strategy and is not in SANDEF, and if you stick solely to the current local plan, then of course we should reject it as being non-plan compliant. We're talking about it today and talked about it before because it is in the emerging local plan. In terms of... Sorry, you're not hearing me.
You're talking into the microphone. You talk into it.
Yeah, my apologies. The microphone seems to be... That's better, I can hear myself now. Do you want me to repeat that?
You can repeat your reasons for refusal, please.
Yeah. Okay, well, just to pick up the last of Miranda's points there, it is about planning balance. That's what we're doing today. We're weighing the way forward here on policy considerations. That's what an inspector does. If it was just a routine thing of saying, well, we don't think this is policy compliant, etc., then you wouldn't need a planning committee, you wouldn't need planning inspectors. So, just quickly revising the grounds for rejection to pick up Miranda's points. I think we do still stick with the highways and health services implications of this scheme. We accept the officer's advice that we have, but nevertheless, we do believe that they are not adequately addressed and not adequately funded. Clearly, the big issue is the level of affordable housing that is not compliant with the current plan and is not compliant with the emerging plan. And that's the period during which this development will be brought forward. I think we can leave that as the reasons.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Parsons?
Yes, I am. I mean, there's also the issue, it's not been discussed here to date, that in order for any development to proceed, it needs to be sustainable in terms of the MPPF. And if a development doesn't meet the minimum standards of the council, then in my view, there's a question mark as to whether it's a sustainable development or not. That was the case in a similar case to this in North East Derbyshire, where at the coal-light smokeless fuel plant in Bolsover, this proposal was put forward that it was not a sustainable development if it didn't meet the minimum standards for affordable housing, and that was what was decided in that case.
Thank you. Right, we've got a proposal. Do you want to come in again, please? Or?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just so members have a proposal for you. It's incumbent on officers to say that you've had evidence, the expertise of the officers, an independent viability assessment and legal advice that says that should members pursue that suite of reasons, refusal, it would be difficult for the council to mount a challenge in the event of an appeal. Certainly difficult for the council's officers to defend on those grounds. And in such circumstances, we'd be left with either trying to procure other expert advice or asking members to stand and present to what would inevitably be public inquiry. Kip.
Right.
Councillor Tindall.
I've been very quiet, as you've noticed, but I have appeared before inspectors at appeals where the committee has gone against the recommendation of officers, and did perfectly well. I mean, like this kind of scheme, but those of us, and I'm one of them distinctly, is extremely uncomfortable about this. Would be quite prepared to get stuck in and explain why we were against it. And I dare say there'll be others on this committee who will do the same.
Through you, Chair, I would just say that is noted, but with the greatest of respect to the elected members, you are not highways experts and you are not viability experts. So you will possibly find that an uncomfortable experience, because it would be. So I'm bound to point that out to you, because the highways evidence we have from our expert highways officers, having assessed that evidence put before the planning authority, is that there is not a sustainable highways reason for refusal. The evidence we have around viability is that the site cannot sustain the affordable housing levels that you would like, and therefore in the round, it's policy compliant with the affordable housing policies, because they specifically allow for reductions when viability is at issue. So I'm bound to point that out to you, members.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just like to remind the committee that if they're minded to make a recommendation on this, the application is subject to a call-in request to the Department of Communities and Local Government, Housing and Local Government. So any decision that they take may be called in by the Secretary of State, and I just wanted them to be aware of that additional layer of sort of oversight.
Sorry, Chairman, shouldn't we have been told that?
I think we did refer to it in the previous meeting. It was in the update sheet.
Better to be reminded of that. Anyway.
Okay, do you want to go ahead with your reasons for refusal? If you could just repeat those, please, and I'll put it to committee.
Yes, indeed, and just to pick up Graham's point, that if it was going to the Secretary of State, if it had been called in before this meeting, we would have been asked to give a view on what the committee's view is. So what we're doing now is giving the committee's view, because whichever way it goes, to the inspector, Secretary of State, who's also an inspector, then, you've taken our view, and I'd like to put the proposal for the reasons that I suggested it for.
Could you repeat those pieces into the microphone so everyone can hear, please?
Yep. One moment. We reject this scheme and reject the author's recommendation, because highways and health services implications of this scheme are not adequately addressed, and any solutions are not adequately funded. The level of affordable housing is too low for any development in Shropshire, let alone a flagship development at the heart of our emerging local plan.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Parsons.
Yes, I'll second that.
All those in favour of the recommendation for refusal, show their hands, please. Okay. All those against? So 7 for, 3 against. The motion is carried for refusal. Thank you. We'll now have a 10-minute break, please. So we can...
If I may just ask those members of the public and those who are not here for the subsequent applications, if you could potentially go that way, because we'll start asking the people who are here for the subsequent applications to come in that door. Thank you very much, and please, if you could sort of leave the building promptly, thank you. Shelley, could you just help show members of the public to the north entrance, please, and I'll go and find the other members of the public. Thank you.
All right. look, I have to make do with tap water, the principal planning officers.
Okay, thank you. Right, we're going to introduce item number 8, but I'd just like the two planning officers to introduce themselves before we make the next start. Thank you.
Hello, Richard Fortune, Principal Planner. Andrew Shirakowski, Consultant Planner.
Thank you. We now move on to item number 6, which is Acton Arms Hotel, Moreville, Bridge North.
Right, thank you, Chairman. We'll try and keep the presentations as short as possible, but without cutting any corners. So here we go. Right, okay. For those of you who were on the committee before the elections, you'll recognise this because it's essentially a resubmission of an application that was first considered at the planning committee in April, was refused in April. For those members who were not on the committee before the elections, I'll try and keep my summary as brief as possible with the application. Basically, what we had back in April, and forgive me if I cross-refer between the two applications, but they're essentially the same, except the red line boundary is drawn differently. The original application and this application the original application was for the construction of 3 houses in the land behind the car park at the Acton Arms at Moreville. The application was refused back in April, essentially because Moreville is part of the community cluster in the area there, and it has a housing guideline figure set out in the SANDEV of it's 18, isn't it? My numbers right. 15 houses, and the current position in Moreville is, and the cluster is that there are so far 16 houses I think have actually been built, and there are outstanding permissions for a further 12. In fact, it was originally 18, so you can see compared between the actual figure that's allowed for in the cluster and the number of planning permissions, we've already exceeded it in terms of number of built and substantially exceeded it in relation to the number of additional permissions there are as well. The application as it came forward in April did not include the pub. It was essentially an application for the construction of the 3 houses in the land behind the car park. Because that was the case, there was no justification in terms of the development at that point being contrary to policy insofar as we were way over the housing guideline figure in Moreville at that time. And there was no direct link to the pub other than the fact it was stated that it was intended to use the proceeds from the sale of the houses to fund the refurbishment of the pub, but the pub did not form part of that planning application. So the thing that's different with this application as a resubmission, although the housing element is essentially identical to the original application, the pub has now been brought into the application. So the application as a whole now is not just for the construction of the houses, it's actually linked as part of the application to the refurbishment of the pub, so the pub can be reopened again. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just run through the slides. If I bring that a bit closer, then I can actually speak to the microphone and see the slides at the same time. Right, okay, so I don't know if you know the pub in Moreville at all, but you can see the main road. It's right, it's basically as you go through the dip in the bottom of Moreville, the pub is, you probably have seen this, as the pub is on the right hand side as you're going away from Bridge North. The application site there, the pub is the building in the bottom left-hand corner. You'll be aware there's the car park which fronts the road, and then there's an area of land behind. You'll see from the report there was originally a planning permission granted for the land at the rear, which I think was back in 2017. That permission has now time expired. The original proposal we had on that we considered earlier in the year was originally 4 to 6, but it got amended to be for 3 because the area that you see hatched in grey there falls within the flood zone, so it's just basically taking that area out of the flood zone and reducing the scheme to 3. I'll just whiz through these very quickly. That's just a same version of more or less the same version of, or a different version of the same plan. So you can see the area behind the pub is where the housing would be built. This application is an outline application, although it does include the detail of the layout. The detailed design is what's essentially reserved. So you can see there's 3 houses built in the back there. One thing I'll just draw your attention to, it's a minor point. There's houses with garages. There's a slight problem with this garage because you'll see from that there isn't space to actually access the garage within the red line boundary of the site. It's something potentially we can iron out. I don't think this helps with the showstopper. Then just to run you through some photographs, I'm sure most of you who go from will recognise that. That's the pub on the left-hand side of the photograph with the pub car park on the right. The area of the planning application is what's in the background behind the pub, where the trees are. That's just a view looking straight on, so the access into the site would be through where you've got the concrete barriers in the foreground there, and then the three house sites would be, the access would go straight through. You can see the gap at the back there, and then the housing site would be at the back. As far as the works that the pub are concerned, they are included in the application. The only bit of it that, strictly speaking, needs planning permission, because almost all the works are internal, so they don't need planning permission. But you can just see in that, in the extension that's shown on the left-hand side of the photograph there, so there would be a new door put in the back, which would need planning permission. And the reason for that is that the area that's actually behind the car park here would become it's the outside area of the pub, basically. So it's to provide access between the pub and the garden for those on the front of the report. Again, just a few closer up views. You'll see at the moment the pub has been closed now, I think, for at least a couple of years, so it's a little bit run down, and the garden is a little bit run down. But this is looking into the area at the back. This is the main part of the site behind the pub where the housing will go. As you can see, it's fairly run down at the moment, just because there's been no maintenance going on. That's the view along the northern boundary. I think in the report it says that was a post and wire fence, but you can see the new fence been put in there. It's not of any great significance as far as the application is concerned. The pub is the building you can just see on the left-hand side there. So this is the view looking back towards the pub from the back of the site. And again, just another view of the garden. You'll see there are quite a number of trees on the site. Essentially, the issues you've got before you today are, on the one hand, we have this position set out in the report in relation to the housing guideline figure for the community cluster, the fact that the number of permissions that have been granted and those have been built out already exceeds that figure. The fact that we have an additional number of unbuilt planning permissions, which takes us to almost double the housing guideline figure. And in those circumstances, the issue is we've so significantly exceeded the housing guideline figure that we wouldn't normally recommend approval in those circumstances. As is set out in the report, there is a provision under policy MD3 paragraph 2, which says where you get to these circumstances, there the considerations to take into account. I can just turn my page underneath the microphone here. I can refer you to the correct page. Where is it? I can just find the page. Yeah, so it's actually on it's paragraph 6.1.12 sets out the tests in policy MD32 for things that you need to take into account in these circumstances. So it's one is the increase in the number of dwellings relative to the guideline, the likelihood of the delivery of the outstanding permission, although bear in mind in this case we've already exceeded the number of houses built. Third is the benefits of arising from the development. Fourth is the impact of the development and cumulative impacts. And fifth is the presumption in favour of sustainable development. The key one probably here is the issue about benefits, because the things you need to consider here are that the argument being made is there is a benefit being delivered by the development housing to enable the effectively the repair and renovation and bringing the pub back into operation. So the issue before you here is whether or not you consider that there is sufficient benefit in the proposal as a whole in relation to bringing the pub back into use to justify essentially what is otherwise would be an approval contrary to policy. Really the one further issue you just need to be aware of here, and it's set out in the final section of the report, is about the use of the Section 106 agreement. It's been proposed that the Section 106 agreement secures the funds from the sale of the houses to fund the works to the pub and also to subsidise the rent to the tenants for an initial period of time. As is set out in the report, we can't legally actually do that because you can't use lawfully use a Section 106 agreement essentially to transfer it from one third party to another. You can only use it where the financial contribution is made to the council. So the fallback from that is the potential we could have a 106 agreement if you were minded to approve the application, not to require the use of the monies from the sale of the houses, but to require the works to the pub. So it's a slightly different way, but you can only do that on the basis that it's accepted there is a benefit that outweighs essentially provides a benefit which makes the proposal acceptable. So what's being proposed, if you are minded to approve it, is that we have to have a Section 106 agreement which is slightly different from what's proposed, but it's really for legal reasons. So that in a nutshell is what you need to consider. It's whether or not the benefits in this case outweigh the fact that the application is otherwise contrary to policy.
We got speakers on this. We got Mr. Anthony Pitcher. Yep. Would you like to take the microphone?
I'm Dr. Pam Yule, a retired local GP. I became a Morville Parish Councillor for the first time last May, and it was while canvassing I became aware that reopening the Acton Arms pub was the single most important issue for many of the parishioners. They wanted. The Save the Acton Arms group, STAG, was formed and started to survey public opinion. The first 165 results confirm a unanimous wish to reopen the pub with details of what services and activities are welcome. I could give you masses of details you don't want now. A large majority favour a community hub pub shop with a beer garden and children's play area. Events including live music and locally sourced produce, including real ales. 39 people so far volunteered practical help to achieve this, including restoring what you said was the overworked ground. I've got it sorted. Got volunteers. At a meeting between STAG and the Parish Council, it was thus unanimously agreed to support this planning application on two conditions, without which we don't think the pub is a viable proposition. Firstly, that the owner, James Collins, fulfills his undertaking to confirm formally that the land is for the use of the pub as a beer garden and car park and would remain set out as currently, this being the car park and adjacent hatched area on that plan. And he has said that he agrees to this, but one would want to be certain. Secondly, the Section 106, or as you said, a revised Section 106, guaranteeing £108,000 towards restoring the pub, as in the Knowles briefing report, is enforceable and will be enforced. The costs of restoring the pub and grounds would be about twice that, but we believe that if the eventual owner or tenant of the pub is prepared to work with STAG, with us, and accept our voluntary practical help, it would be enough. So I'm saying please approve this development because it would enormously improve the local infrastructure at the price of only 3 more houses. I accept what you said about being over entitlement, but I have surveyed the local population and it has got the support of the local community. It did incidentally, the Morville Parish Council have put no objections. This was an oversight on our part. The chairman's here, we support it. The Parish Council supports it.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak, Mr. Pitcher?
No, you speak.
We have 3 minutes to address the committee, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Pitchers. I'm a resident of the Lie in Morville, and I'm here as a representative of the Save the Acton Arms group, STAG. As Dr. Yule mentioned, STAG carried out a survey of parishioners, and the results show that there is a clear desire for the pub to reopen and become a community asset valued by all of the parish and surrounding areas. However, the pub has been closed for over 2 years and prior to this was mismanaged. As a consequence, it requires a considerable amount of repair and refurbishment before it can be brought back into use. The proposal from the applicant is that funds from the sale of the land behind the pub for 3 houses will be used not only to finance the necessary works to enable the pub to reopen, but also to provide a suitably reduced rent to give the tenant time to develop and grow the trade at the pub, with which members of STAG would be prepared to advise and help. This would be STAG's preferred option, as we believe it would be a struggle to raise sufficient funds to purchase the pub in the time available, refurbish it, and then run it. It should also be noted that the Acton Arms is the only pub in Moorville, and that if the applicant's proposal is refused, he will apply for change of use and put the pub and land up for sale as soon as it is possible to do so. Thus, no one will benefit, and the community will lose a potentially valuable asset. Council officers have recommended that the application be refused, whilst acknowledging that the reopening of the pub would contribute to the social objective of sustainable development and add to the supply of housing in the village. They believe, and I quote, "These benefits would be outweighed by the fact that the development would result in the number of commitments and completions more than doubling the housing guideline by an additional 3 dwellings, which is significant in this case." This is an extremely odd view to take, considering 500 dwellings are to be built on the site of the livestock market, and the council has just approved the local plan, which allows for the development of 1,050 dwellings along the A45 in Tasley, both of which are no more than 1.5 miles away from the pub. An additional area has also been earmarked west of this proposed development towards Moorville for the future development after 2038 of up to 700 dwellings. Therefore, despite approving the building of 2,250 new dwellings in the Tasley area, just 1.5 miles from the pub, council officers have decided that although they acknowledge the benefits to the community of having a community-based pub, and I quote, "This benefit would be insufficient to outweigh the harm identified to the council's housing strategy and the development plan," end of quote. This does not make sense. STAG and the community of Moorville and its surrounding areas support this application, and we urge the planning committee to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll get the local member, Councillor Robert Tyndall, please, 5 minutes.
My little red light's not coming on. So, can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, well, I'll try not to repeat what the first 2 speakers have said, but this is the second outline planning application to come to this committee. The first was deferred to allow for further discussion to take place between Shropshire Council lawyers and the applicant to agree the terms of a legally enforceable Section 106 agreement, such that the net proceeds of the sale of the 3 plots would benefit, with the benefit of outlying planning permission, would be used to help finance the restoration of the pub. However, at the April meeting of this committee, the application was refused. The primary reason was because the committee did not consider there to be a sufficiently strong commitment to refurbish the pub using the funds from the sale of the plots. This refusal is the subject of an appeal by the applicant, and because of the delay in deciding appeals, it is still not known whether the inspector will uphold or dismiss the appeal. This is the critical bit. In the intervening period, considerable progress has been made in supporting the move to have pub restored. First of all, the ACV, Asset of Community Value, 6-month period has been triggered by the Parish Council. Secondly, STAG has been formed with widespread support of the community and with a proper structure. Third, all members of the Parish Council has unanimously swung behind the new application, which has a much stronger legally binding commitment to devote the proceeds of the sale of plots to go some way towards financing the cost of renovation. Fourthly, recently elected Parish Council canvassed people's opinions, and I understand that the support was unanimous and no one was against the pub being opened and the funds being used from the sale of the 3 plots. Now, members of the committee, if I could ask you to look at page 138 at paragraph 6.1.16. If you could all do that, please, I would be very grateful, because this is a bizarre paragraph. It expressly states that we have gone over the amount of dwellings in the Morville cluster. And remember, it is a cluster, and some of those approvals have been for, I don't know how many miles away Moncompton is, but it's quite a long way. And this is this bizarre thing. Going beyond it by too great a degree would result in unsustainable development that stretches the infrastructure and community goodwill to breaking point. Well, the community goodwill has not been broken. It's steadfast in supporting the approval of 3 outline applications to support the restoration of the pub. As for the infrastructure, I don't know what infrastructure at Morville is going to be damaged by 3 additional houses. There's a village school, there's a church, there's a village hall. There's no need for any amendments to the access, as far as I know. So I just find that section of this paragraph. And finally, it goes on to say, it does, however, signal the community's reluctance to accept any additional dwellings and a breaking point of their goodwill. Well, where is the evidence of that? We've just heard from Stag and from the Parish Council that they are all unanimously in favour of this application. And it's even more bizarre when the report refers to infrastructure, where the local plan has gone for examination, and that will result in 1,800 new homes to be built in Morville and in Tasney Parish Councils. I urge the Planning Committee to support this and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tyndall. This we're going to read a letter from James Collins, the applicant, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Collins writes, Dear Councillors, it is regrettable that again planning officers do not support this application. This is all the more disappointing since at the April Planning Committee, councillors only rejected the application as they wanted us to come forward with more information regarding the business plan and the inclusion of the pub within the application area, all of which we have done. However, we would like to highlight the positives within the report, namely, 1. In April last year, the site had full planning permission for 6 houses. 2. There are no objections to the application and 20 letters of support. 3. The officer's report confirms there are no objections from a conservation, highways, environmental, ecological or flooding perspective. Section 6.1.14 of the report states, it is accepted that the site is well confined within the existing curtilage of the public house and does not encroach into the wider countryside beyond. Furthermore, officers are unaware of any local infrastructure issues resulting from this modest level of development and consider that the development may facilitate enhancement of some local services and facilities in line with the objectives of Core Strategy Policy CS4. The sole reason to reject the application is that Morville has chosen to not have more dwellings built, mainly because it does not have the facilities of a larger settlement. Perversely, though, if the application is not approved, it will not have a pub, which we would have thought is a vital part of a thriving village. The planning officer's reasons are even more bizarre, since when the site was approved for the development of 6 houses, all the other developments in Morville had also been approved. To say now this application will result in an oversupply of houses when there has been no change since 6 houses were approved on the same site simply defies logic. The refurbishment and reopening of the pub will provide a clear benefit to the community, as without it, the village loses an important social and economic resource. It needs to be noted that it has been closed for over 2.5 years, so this proposal is the only opportunity for it to reopen, and given that this will be the 3rd time it has been before this committee, we do not see any point for another deferral or suggestion that we resubmit. There is now a choice to be made. Support the application and have the pub reopened, or reject it for the sake of 3 houses which no one objects to and which cause no harm. We hope and trust the councillors will now back this application. Many thanks.
Thank you, Miranda. Right, personally I think this is a good application. We now have got the pub linked into it, which is going to come as one block, if you like. This is long overdue. The area needs tidying up. And I would then propose that we accept this application and delegate any conditions in any negotiations to the officers. So therefore, I would like someone to second my proposal, please. Councillor Boddington, if you want to speak? Okay.
Well, simply to second, I think all the points have been made by Councillor Tindall and yourself. We asked for this, it's what we've got what we asked for, we should approve it.
Okay. Proposal by me on the table to take the application and to give all conditions and delegations to the officers. Seconded. Do you want to speak, Councillor Parsons?
Officers have obviously been in a slightly difficult position with this one. I mean, the number of applications that we've received in the past where parishes have not wanted developments to go ahead and they've said, hang on a minute, you're going above the limit. I mean, so they've been left in a difficult position. Yeah. But I support that your recommendation here
thank you.
To actually propose that this takes place. I think it will be good as far as the village is concerned. There doesn't seem to be anyone there that's against this proposal. The pub in the long term may or may not succeed, but this, in my view, is the only way that it can succeed.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to propose to delegate all the conditions and all the negotiations with the officers. Yeah, Andrew?
Can I just come in before you move to a vote, Chair? Just two or 3 points. I just firstly wanted to pick up from the comments from Dr. Campbell. I think she raised 2 issues. One was about the use of the particular land, I think, at the back. We could potentially condition that, but in fact we don't need to, because the way the application is actually has been applied for, it's not. The use is part of the application that's been made, so there's no additional particular need to put a condition into that. So if there's a Section 106 agreement, there is automatically an enforcement mechanism that comes with that. If there is a need to enforce it, enforcement is actually through the court. The other point I wanted to make is that if you are minded to refuse it, we would need to advertise the application as a departure and allow for any objections to be made. So what I would suggest is that the recommendation is that the delegation of conditions, the attachment of conditions, plus the need for a 106, if in fact we need it, when we haven't entirely concluded that it's absolutely necessary, it is delegated, subject to the receipt of any comments in the event of having advertised the application as a departure. There are any, in which case we'd have to refer it back to the committee. But so far there haven't been any objections to the application.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I think we could just do with a very quick summary of the nature of the conditions, because otherwise it's a little bit of an open thing. Councillors do need to sort of be aware of what they're voting on. So it would be the usual sorts of conditions for residential development. Perhaps Andrew could just quickly list the areas that you know that the sorts of things that members will impose.
By all means. I mean, there are standard statutory conditions, which are the requirement for the submission of reserved matters, approval of the plans. There are the comments that have been set out by the consultees that require certain things to be included. So it covers things like highways, landscaping, that kind of thing. So that's the broad area that would be covered. I'd say the only outstanding issue is whether or not we do need 106. It may be that we don't, but at the moment our thought is that we do. But we'd ask that you delegate the imposition of conditions with a 106, or if it's not required, it's just the imposition of conditions with draft conditions.
Okay, right, well, the conditions and delegation of officers. All those in favour of the application, please. That's unanimous. Thank you. I just ask the members of the public to leave now so we can get the next application in. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Sorry? I think it probably will be, yes.
Yeah. And one of those houses as well.
Thank you.
Two spaces throughout.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then
Okay. Sorry, I must have said what I was going to say. I realised just in time.
Right, afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our next application is number 8, Manor Farm Shifnal. No, proposed pig farm. Sorry, Manor Farm Shifnal. Sheriff Ailes. Shall we start with you on that?
Thank you, Chair. If I can just explain, we've got 3 sort of related applications on the agenda that follow. In terms of this first one relating to the proposed relocation of the existing pig farm enterprise, in terms of the buildings at Manor Farm, I'll focus on that one initially. The application arises from the fact that the existing pig farm operation is subject to a notice as causing a statutory nuisance in relation to odours in connection with the impact on the Sheriff House village. And at the moment it's addressing that by what's called best practical means, which means it's operating at reduced capacity, although it's quite clear from the investigations that there's still, in a sense, a nuisance being caused. It's not eliminated, but they are effectively working at reduced capacity to mitigate that impact. This proposal is one that is to essentially to relocate the farm buildings away from the village to a new location, thereby addressing the impact on odour, which is causing the difficulties here. So essentially, if I'll run through the slides that just showed what's proposed in this case, and then give you a sort of just a summary of what the planning principles issues here are in respect to this particular application. So if we just start at the first slide, this shows in terms of the site, edge to red here where I've got the cursor, this is the location of the proposed buildings. Access to which will be obtained from the A5, which is the route we show here, this existing roadway, which will be how this junction improved at this point onto the A5. In terms of the context, the existing farm buildings are the top middle of the screen on the edge of the village. So that is the location that's proposed. The layout of the buildings, it shows the arrangement of the 5 buildings here and the second building to the north to go with an attenuation pond. In terms of the buildings arrangements we have here, it shows the form of the buildings. At the top of the picture here we have the 2 units for the big rear units of the fattening operation. We then have a hospital type building here for anything else. Then to the side, 2 storage buildings. These designs have been amended during the course of the application. I see in the report there's reference to negotiations with the agents, and they have been simplified to remove ridge ventilators, to fully open up the northern gable ends for access, and to have a single open plan for storage. So they've been simplified to some degree. And then we have a biosecurity building here, a smaller building in the location there, and then a workshop building in this location to the north of the group. In relation to the existing farm operation, the 2 buildings here at Oakshire are the ones that are currently used for the pig rearing enterprise, and this western building is the one that was approved in 2015. The other building has been historically a livestock building there. Buildings to the south is a combination of storage workshops and also the existing equine business that runs from the farm. Just again, this is just a few more issues of the biosecurity building on the site. Again, the drainage again shows the arrangement of the attenuation ponds to the north before linking into existing drainage systems. And then in terms of the improvements to the actual access onto the A5, there is a widening of that to allow 2 vehicles to pass at the actual entrance point, a widening of the actual displays, again to ease manoeuvring before the lane then narrows down to its existing width. And the applicants have undertaken to improve the condition and drainage of that lane up to the point of the entrance into the site. Again, it's a little bit of a read, but this again is just the current usage plan for the existing buildings at the current operation, showing the livestock buildings in this location, equine in this area here. There's a workshop buildings, storage buildings, and the ancillary facilities in that grouping there. Excuse me. Just to give some photographs, this shows the approach to the A5, looking south from the roadway that leads to the site proposed buildings. We then have from that junction view looking eastwards along the A5. Corresponding view to the west. This is a shot really from the point into the site, looking northwest, and just across the actual sort of giving an indication of the character of the landscape at the moment, with the sort of the hedgerow trees which will be retained, and showing sort of the relatively level site that we should be positioned. That then is sort of viewed to the southwest again over that general area of the site. And you'll see in the actual correspondence that there'll be much discussion about the linkage between this site and Sherrick House Village. Now, whilst this is technically, I think, is an unclassified road, you can also see the condition is not particularly good, and it's I think the maintenance is clearly for agricultural use, but I wouldn't suggest it's going to be a route that people necessarily want to willingly drive their cars along. So that is the context of it. In terms of the situation we have here, there's no in-principle planning policy objection to agricultural development within the countryside. Let's move back to the visuals. Range of buildings there. The buildings again are typical modern farm buildings, which you see throughout the countryside, and with conditions relating to their finishes and landscaping, the opposite view would not be appropriate into their landscape impact. The situation of the proposal actually improving the access onto the A5 is to have a net benefit in removing traffic from the village. Currently accesses the pig farm buildings, and that will be maintained both in the construction phase and subsequently by traffic routing agreements as part of any conditions on grant of permission. The new location is one that's been assessed both for noise as well as odours, and it's just not one that will have any significant adverse impacts on residential properties in the locality. And whilst the location of the proposal will clearly, in relation to the mention of a public footpath that does run to the south, clearly there will be an impact in terms of what the users can see, but the officer's view is that will be more than outweighed by the benefit of relocating this operation away from the edge of the village. A key aspect would be that if their consent was given for this scheme, it would need to be subject to a Section 106 agreement, which led to cessation of intensive livestock use of the existing farm buildings on the edge of the village. The whole assessment and the application is coming on the basis there not being any cumulative additional impact. So in terms of pig numbers will also remain the same, limited to the 2,000 as at present, meaning an application would be needed separately for plan permission in the future if there's any intention to change that. It would also cross the threshold of needing permitting from the Environment Agency as well. So this application is considered on the basis of essentially it's a like-for-like movement of the pig farm operation to address the community odour issue that there is with the existing siding on the edge of the village. And on that basis, and subject to the conditions in the recommendation for Section 106, is recommended for approval by officers.
Thank you, Richard. We've got speakers on this. There's a Councillor Alan McConnell from the Parish Council, from Sherbourne.
Good afternoon. Sherrick House Parish Council represents a rural community and recognises the importance of farming for food production. We are and we remain fully supportive of rural enterprise. This proposal arises because an approval of a similar size unit currently close to central Sherrick Hales created significant unacceptable public nuisance.
Shropshire Council Regulatory Services did not object to this original proposal, with the unit operating at around and up to 2,000 pigs. Infrequent monitoring of environmental impacts did confirm the nuisance was significant. Because of this history, there remain understandable concerns about the operation and environmental impact of a unit of the same size at the new site proposed. We note that these considerations have led to conditions outlined in Appendix 1 being applied, and we agree with these. We note the capacity for considerable expansion of pig rearing within the footprint of the site, and lack of an agreed frequency of monitoring of operation by regulatory services should the site be given approval. Given the prevailing wind and methodology of waste disposal envisaged, we remain concerned about nuisance arising from this site. We also agree with Shipnell Town Council that traffic impacts arising from heavy slow-moving traffic joining and exiting using the A5 are likely to be problematic. For the above reasons and those previously submitted, the Parish Council maintains its objection to this planning proposal due to detrimental impacts on local environmental conditions for sections of our community and because of highway safety issues.
Anthony Robertson, please. I understand you're the applicant speaking for the application. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As mentioned, I'm Anthony Robinson, the farmer and next generation at Manor Farm. 3 applications in front of you were only submitted as a result of Shropshire Council's decision to serve the business with a statutory nuisance order. It is the council's opinion that the only way to resolve the matter is to relocate the farm out of the village. We are pleased to see that this particular application is supported. Manor Farm's location next to the affluent village of Sheriff Hales is not tenable for modern day agriculture. Clearly, this has come into sharp focus due to complaints from the local community. We have a legal agreement in place with the Environmental Health Department of Shropshire Council to pursue the planning application through to completion in order to comply with their requests. The relocation of the farm will represent a like-for-like move. The farm will not be expanded and there is no financial gain. The district valuer has conducted an independent report at the request of Shropshire Council, and this confirms my statement. The same report shows that without the enabling development being permitted, the farm cannot move. It is simple as that. The removal of farming practices currently undertaken at Manor Farm will undoubtedly mitigate the current issues pursued by Shropshire Council. It will also alleviate HGV traffic through the village, where it currently passes in close proximity to nursery and primary school. I believe it will help ease tensions among the local community and allow harmony in the village while maintaining my ability to keep running a farm and continue high-class British food production. As an intermittent agreement with Shropshire Council, whilst planning was being submitted and to show goodwill, we have agreed to reduce our livestock numbers over the last 2 summers. This has, however, depleted the business's financial reserves and is not practicable for us to sustain long term. Next year, stocking numbers will rise to permitted level. The relocation of the farm is a huge step for us to take as a family, but upon advice from Shropshire Council, we see this as the only way to safeguard our future, our jobs, and preserve the beautiful countryside around Sheriff Hales. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right, committee, please. Who wants to kick the ball? Mr. Parish.
I'm prepared to support this proposal. I believe that it is the best of, a bad lot almost, and that the position of the new farm will be far better in terms of the problem of odour and nuisance to the village of Sheriff Hales. And so I will support this application.
Thank you. Councillor Boddington, please.
Thank you. These units are always difficult. We've seen a lot of them over the years. However, this clearly is of benefit to the village and is probably the best that can be achieved without closing down the business entirely. and is entitled to run where it is at the moment. So I second Councillor Parsons' recommendation.
Thank you. Any other speakers, please? No, because proposed and the seconder to accept the application. All those in favour, please. That's unanimous. Thank you. Now we're going to the next application, number 8, Manor Farm, Shit Show Fails. Richard, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is the second application. This one actually relates to a proposal to redevelop the existing Manor Farm site for housing. Application being on the basis that the funds then generated from this would then finance the relocation of the pig farm, which we've looked at in the previous application. So it's linked, but it's also standalone. Your decision on the last application doesn't commit you for how you determine this particular one way or the other. The issues that we have here is that shared house is not community level cluster, it's the countryside, and the nature of the process was for a significant development of 31 houses. It is submitted as outline, but the access point fixed, but the remainder of the details being illustrated before us. But in looking at the case, to get an objective feel for is that quantity of development, what's needed, aside from the planning policy considerations here, is what's needed. It is a situation where we did go to an independent evaluation from the valuation officer agency's point of view on that point. And that did conclude that even the development for 31 units, in this case, which would be a mix of 5 conversions and new build, would not actually deliver all the funding needed to secure the construction of the new pig farm. This has been acknowledged by the agent that there is a shortfall which still be made up by the applicant. So in terms of the premises put forward, the quantum of development is what would be needed if it was going to be the source of funding for this particular move. The key issues are also here is the fact that we clearly got a situation where that scale of development is going to contradict the amendment plan in terms of the numbers of houses in the village. I think probably best if I just run through the slides at this point and then sort of conclude on the policy and the other implications that officers see in the case led to the actual recommendation to be refusal in this particular case. Just running through it again, it's a location plan in respect of the site is the one with the existing buildings. In terms of its context, the red line is the centre of the site boundary. The manor house, which is not related to the business now, is next door to the east. There's a couple of cottages again to the southwest. And the main body of the village is to the east. This view again shows illustrations of the existing buildings which we've looked at in terms of the looking at replacement farm application. Again, showing the buildings at the front of the site, which are where equine activity is taking place in the storage activities, and the 2 livestock buildings that are at the sort of the northern part of the site there. This is an indication of the sort of illustrative layout that's coming with the application to show the arrangement how you can achieve this number of houses on the site. The 2 blocks here, the rectangular blocks, those would be the converted buildings. Again, it's an outline, there's more details of those, but as heritage assets, they would be worthy of conversion, and the appropriate details could be laid for that scheme. The remainder then shows how you could accommodate the 26 new build on the site, and with open space and retention of the pond in its enhancements in the northern part of the site. As I say, at this point, the only detail that's fixed is the access. The rest of this is indicative, but it's there to indicate to members, show how the envisaged total number of dwellings could be accommodated on the land. This is the detail of the access into the site, showing the visibility space that would be achievable. As part of the application, there has been a transport assessment and details put in of potential enhancements to the local road network as part of the scheme to accommodate the traffic and to acknowledge the presence of the school here, which does generate traffic clearly at the peak times that can cause issues in the area. As part of that highway package, the proposal is to move the existing 30-mile speed limit from this point here to the west beyond the point of the access into the site, to effectively construct a parking bay in this area here on a wide area of grass verge to provide the opportunity for school drop-off parking. And then at these 3 points here, in terms of existing sort of school sort of gateway access points, so again to enhance the calming or to have a 20-mile-an-hour zone to deal with traffic issues in that area. Just again showing the context of the site, this is the views of the site from the entrance from the road. This particular view shows the buildings which already contains the equine activity at the moment. This again is the other building, to the front, which is the workshop storage areas and livestock buildings are beyond that. Because of the obviously access being clearly an issue that raised in the correspondence, the rest of these photographs really just show a sequence of the immediate surroundings. This point is from the entrance to the site looking east, and it shows essentially on the right-hand side of the road where the proposal for a parking bay is proposed as part of the application. That's the view looking east. That's the view looking west, again in that area, with the manor house being the property that's on the right of the shot. This end, continuing east along the road, is the point where the existing 30-mile-an-hour zone starts, and it's the point at the junction, leading on to where close to where the church is, which is in the next shot here, at that point there. The road network then splits really. This is the road that continues due east, called the Rock. It leads up to the B49 road through Sheriff's Village. At its junction with that road, this is the views we got looking south, and that's the views looking north. The other approach is by Church Lane, and this is the view looking actually south back towards the junction by the church, which then leads to the site. This shows where the existing schools or the warning signs are, and at one of the locations proposed for these traffic calming or a 20-mile-an-hour zone restriction. And then heading away from the site, these are just views up along Church Lane to give members a feel for the character of that area and the nature of the highway. As we say, as you progressively move away from the church, the highway does improve in its width. And then at the junction, at the top of the B47 thing, at the view to the north, and again, the view looking southwards. So I'll just move back to the plan from there. Okay. Just bear with me a moment. So the situation in the planning policy context, the conversion of the traditional farm buildings to be retained is something to be acceptable. But there is a principal objection to any scale of new build over market housing in the village. And the scale here is very substantial. So we have to give consideration whether any other material considerations would justify departure from the plan policy in this case. It's acknowledged that the desirability of relocating the peak of enterprise and locations solutions to the owner problem, which is establishing uses, is accepted. But the issue of actually seeking to fund that by residential development is not one that can be supported as a sufficient justification here for a departure development plan. The reasons why I've come to that view is that in terms of the heritage impact on both the conservation area and the secondary listed buildings, to accommodate that number of dwellings, and indeed as is indicated by the interim site plan, we consider there is going to be a permanent harm to the setting of those heritage assets, which is in contrast essentially to the existing harm, which really relates to the actual use rather than the presence of farm buildings. So in terms of that balance, the opposite view is that the harm to heritage impacts is such that that outweighs any benefit that we achieve by providing housing purely to relocate the big farm. So that again, it's an issue that members to consider, but that is the view that officers have. The other aspect of it is that in terms of how that is achieved, to achieve the fact that this development would funding for this would be solely used for the big farms, you're seeking to do that through a Section 106 agreement. There are issues as to whether that is actually appropriate use of that agreement. The report does go into that in some detail. In its, if I rephrase the paragraph in there, because the issue is that Section 106 has to prepare a reasonably relate be necessary for the actual development proposed. On that basis, housing doesn't need to have funding provided for a big farm. It's in that respect. So in terms of dealing with that, it's also a situation where it would not necessarily guarantee that a pig farm would move in and would continue to trade as such. So in terms of passing the test of being necessary, directly related to development, which is housing development, and fairly reasonably related to scale and kind of development, officers have great concerns as to whether that would actually be something that would be meeting the Section 160 regulations, and as to whether it would actually indeed, deliver the outcome that's sought. So, as I say, it's fair to say, members will be aware there have been cases in the past where there have been what you might call unnamed redevelopments, brownfield sites, in locations where we consider there's been a public benefit for them to be redeveloped, and we approve them as a part of the development. The issue here, really, from the plant officer point of view, is purely the scale of the development. And it's that impact and that permanent harm that we see pursuing the heritage assets, which is why it's led to our recommendation for refusal in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. We've got two speakers on this again. Councillor Alan McDonald, who's speaking against the application. So next table over, sir. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The Parish Council has given careful consideration to this application and submitted objections in detail already. Our position remains to object to this development. In the first instance, I would draw the committee's attention to the significant level of alarm the proposal generated across the local community, reflected in over 50 responses. The community's objections are not based on the NIMBY response to development, but reflect the application's failure to comply with national and local planning policy and a series of material planning considerations. Some of those have been mentioned already. The Parish Council objections largely reflect those of the local community. It's clear the application is contrary to existing policy as articulated in some depth in your officer's report, who conclude there is an in-principle planning policy objection. The report also concludes there are no other material considerations to justify departure from existing policy, i.e. there are no very special circumstances. In addition, your officers conclude the planning process is not a suitable legal vehicle to fund the relocation of a commercial business through delivery of a residential scheme outside of existing policy. Importantly, the report also concludes that proposals would have a detrimental impact on local heritage assets and conservation area, a position fully supported by the Parish Council. Additionally, the Parish Council and many of the public comments raised serious concerns regarding highway issues and safety. In our view, neither the transport statement or your officer's assessment address the impacts the proposals would have on the already difficult conflicts between road users and pedestrians, including users of the school close by. Indeed, the school governors refer to potential for a disastrous situation occurring. In summary, the application is contrary to national and local planning policy. Very special circumstances have not been demonstrated. The planning process is not a suitable legal vehicle to fund the relocation of a commercial business outside of existing planning policy. There's no significant benefits to the parish or village. There would be permanent detriment to local heritage assets, as clearly mentioned in the reports of your own conservation team.
and a detriment to the conservation area. The scale of the development is completely unacceptable for a locality. There are significant highway safety risks and dangers, including impacts on school users particularly. We request the committee support the recommendation to refuse this application.
Thank you, sir. Now we ask Councillor Robinson, please, to come and address the committee. Thank you. We've got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. As I previously mentioned, the relocation of our farm away from the village is completely dependent on the enabling development before you now. We've submitted a full viability assessment which has been assessed by the district valuer. The DV confirms in their report to Shropshire Council that a minimum of 31 dwellings is necessary on the existing site to finance this relocation, with the likelihood that we will also have to raise further funds. The Environmental Health Department has stated that the removal of the farm is the only way to remove the nuisance being detailed by local residents. The thoughtful and sympathetic design of the housing development would greatly improve an area currently occupied by an ageing farm. The original quaint look has given way to a run-down industrial feel. Given the green spaces that are included in the plans and the careful upkeep that will be given to them, I believe that the redevelopment of the site will sit perfectly side by side with Sheriff House Conservation Area and better the surroundings of local heritage sites. It provides much needed additional housing to the village, an area where local residents struggle to afford inflated house prices and provide support to local institutions. The majority of the children attending the primary and nursery schools travel from outside the village. The closure of the village shop and the declining attendance at St Mary's Church shows the need for more residents to make local facilities viable. We accept that Sheriff Hales is designated as open countryside for planning policy purpose. However, that doesn't prevent the council from approving a new housing development, provided that there are other material benefits that weigh in favour of the development. In this instance, we feel that there are substantial public benefits from moving the farm. We are more than happy to look at design and layout of the scheme to reflect the comments from conservation. However, we cannot commit to doing so unless the principle of development is accepted. We also offer to meet the Parish Council to explain the application and wider context of the farming business in further detail, and we'll be happy to discuss this in a public forum. So far, we have been declined a meeting, but we'll be happy to explore this further in the hope that we can find a mutually agreeable scheme that will secure the future of the farming business and be benefit to the village. It is clear that the current site of Manor Farm has become unacceptable to the residents of Sheriff Hales. Looking to the future, these problems are likely to continue to escalate, causing issues for the business, the council and the village. The only way that we can see a secure future for our livelihood and a return to peace in the village is to relocate the farm through this enabling development. It is natural for residents to feel apprehensive about change. We have the same apprehension, but community tensions are nearing breaking point. We must bring harmony back to our lovely village, and the only way we can see this is to finance the movement of the farm through a thoughtful, well-designed and sympathetic enabling development. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee. Councillor Bollington, do you want to start off with?
I feel somewhat between a rock and a hard place in some ways. The logic of relocating the farm, we've just agreed, and agreed it should move. However, 31 houses in this location in Shering House, I'm getting very dry and running out of water. I'll say that again. 31 houses in Sheriff Hales, small open countryside location, I think is too much. And you know, I don't know how the maths work on this, but a smaller scheme, clearly, it will, if the farm moves with some other finance, it will become a brownfield site. We'll undoubtedly see conversions there of some housing there. That would be the normal sort of process that we'd see in villages. but 31 I think is excessive, and I don't feel I can support it, even though I supported the previous application.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's a difficult one, this in some ways, because we do want to support rural businesses and some existing business anyway. But to suggest that 31 houses is the minimum needed to finance the relocation of the chicken farm, I find concerning. Other points I would make is that it's contrary to local and national planning policies. I don't think they've adequately indicated that there are special circumstances. It's contrary to CS5. It seems to be overdevelopment, as my previous speaker has said. And I think this number of houses will have an impact on the Sheriff Hales conservation area, which is of a great concern to me. I have great interest in listed and conservation buildings. So I too am very concerned about this, and I don't think I can support it. Thank you, Chair.
No. You make a proposal.
Thank you. I propose that you accept the officer's recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Good. Right, all those in favour of the officer's recommendation, please. Yeah. All those against? Abstentions? 3%. Yeah. 2%.
Sorry.
Okay. That's carried as offered a recommendation and refusal. Item number 9, proposed equestrian buildings west of Manor Farm, Sheriff Hales.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, this is the third applications. It with us because essentially the existing farm site does include an equine enterprise, and where that site to be proposing, that also needs to be relocated. So I'll just give you a run through the slides in this case. This area is an existing farm that we've been discussing, and it read as a proposed location for the new equine building. Area here is being used for grazing of horses. So as you can see, it is further along the lane at that point. Residential properties there and residential property there. This shows the proposed layout of the site with a single large building in this location here. Access at this point into a sort of hard standing area here with a luggage storage area at that point there. And this indicates existing overhead lines that really are on the site. This is the form of building proposed with the sailing subdivision here, material space to report all per that location there. So that is essentially the form of building with the combination of cladding and with the block of walls and roof arrangements. In terms of location, this is the view from the southeast, so the building can be seen against that backdrop of trees you can see there on the horizon, but in a quite an open area of the landscape. And this view is from the lane looking east, the point of where the building is. It shows the overhead line. You saw on different drawings, and the building essentially sits behind that, heads that point there. And yeah, this is essentially the point of access is intended into the site. Now, as an equine operation, in terms of policy situations, it's clearly possible that the countryside location would be appropriate. It isn't in the centre agricultural development. And the only reason for the application is simply to vacate this site here along with the Pig Farm enterprise for the proposed housing scheme, which members have just refused in the last application. So in terms of the policy requirements to show in CS5 that where you have any enterprise in the countryside need and benefit from the proposal, obviously the opposite view is that essentially the need isn't generated by the issue of the pig farm matters, and the existing farming equine buildings here are perfectly adequate to continue in that purpose in relationship with the existing village houses. So that is one area we have concern. And essentially, the second element is really in terms of the actual nature of the site. It's one of these things where, in the sense, it's a much more open field for it, and that building officers feel would have a greater presence, really almost even than the Vic Park application that we looked at earlier in terms of its immediate arrangement, the setting and surroundings. So, on the basis of the problems and impact of that building on the landscape, and the fact that the need really does arise from a requirement to relocate this study to create a large housing site. Officers are not inclined to be supportive of this one, and it is recommended for reasons set out in the report for refusal.
Chairman, can I ask a technical question? Are the sides to that building really that colour?
That would be matters that we can actually control by condition where members intended to approve.
I would plead for 18B29,
I'm sure you
which to the new members of the committee may not know about, but I plead by 18B29 quite frequently.
No, I think it has not been highlighted in the building's form on that station, but it's not what we would, I don't think even the actual duration would be encouraging us to use that colour. Sorry, Chairman, yes, in terms of the presentation, it is recommended for refusal for reasons set out in the report.
Thank you. Right, we've got a couple of speakers again on this one. We've got Alan McWallon, please. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you again. The Parish Council has given careful consideration to this application and has previously submitted its comments in detail. Parish Council continues to have concern about the likely deterioration of the adopted roadway due to increased traffic rising from the new location, or sight lines related to the entranceway and traffic impacts generally. And we have not received clear detail on mitigation to reduce adverse environmental and landscape impacts. However, as has been mentioned already, the sole reason for this application which is open countryside, is to enlarge the footprint of a residential development site to fund the movement of an existing pig unit. We agree with the Office of Appraisal outlined in paragraph 6 and then with the recommendations in paragraph 7 that the proposal does not constitute appropriate development when considered against Shropshire Council's own adopted development plan and the National Planning Policy Framework. Therefore, the Parish Council maintains its objection to the proposal for the above reasons and those set out in the report. We request the committee supports the recommendation to refuse this application. And just having said that, in terms of obviously that we appreciate the difficulty of for the farming facility and the problems there at the moment, and we would obviously be happy to talk to them in the future about how we may be able to work together on finding a solution to this.
Thank you. We got Caroline Robinson, please. Thank you, Caroline. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Caroline Robinson, mother of Anthony, and together we farm at Manor Farm. And also for the last over 20 years, I've run another equine business from the farm, Manor Farm Stables, where I've trained point-to-point horses. And I'm talking about this now. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. As Anthony previously stated, the 3 applications that we have submitted are inextricably linked. This particular application regards securing the future of Manor Farm Stables, a long-established business that has become a big part of Sheriff Hale's heritage. The application is for a barn in which to house racehorses, which are currently kept in one of the buildings at Manor Farm. The planning officer's suggestion that the stable yard remain in the current site, regardless of whether the enabling development is accepted, is untenable. It would be irresponsible to train thoroughbred racehorses so close to the residential area. There would be risk to the safety of both residents and the horses. Moreover, the early starts that come with training racehorses and the occasional noise from the horses themselves would likely to be deemed a nuisance to new residents. The proposed siting of the new stable yard would mitigate these concerns. The planning officer's assertion that the proposed barn would be a visual scar on the open landscape is not supported by historic environment, who state that there would be negligible impact due to the measures that would be put in place, which include digging the barn into the ground and filling in the gaps in the existing hedgerows. There is also no objection from the Highways Agency, and there are absolutely no plans to expand the business. Traffic, noise and smell would therefore be no different to previous and existing levels in the current site, which is a mere 200 metres from the proposed site. Training racehorses is a lifelong passion of mine, my father's and my two daughters. It is central to who we are as a family and a core part of our identity. The application cannot be viewed as separate from the other two for the aforementioned reasons, and the safeguarding of this family business by this planning application is paramount to the welfare of the horses and us as a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, speakers, please. Councillor Tindall.
Yes, I have some sympathy for the applicant with this one. Apart from the choice of lime green cladding, it seems to me that the business might be better rebuilt here with I haven't quite absorbed what the existing facilities are, but this looks very good with the horse walker and the loose boxes. And I think it's a specialist, especially designed for thoroughbreds. So I haven't made my mind up yet, but I'll be interested to hear what other people think. Its exposure in the open countryside is a bit of a concern, but it is a business. And unlike the previous application, which I thought was fairly speculative, I'm more happy, not absolutely happy, but I'm more happy with this application.
Thank you. Speakers, please. Andy?
Thank you. I'm going to lose my voice. What the pub's open. I mean, I rather agree with Robert here that I think, I mean, colour scheme to one side, that I think that this is not an unreasonable application for a business in the countryside. We're sort of intertwined with all these applications at the moment. But if this had come in independently, we might have said, well, there it is against an existing farm, and we would have approved it. So I'm inclined to support this application. Yeah.
Okay. That's a refusal. Councillor Tindall, do you want to?
I'm happy, if that actually is a proposal, I'm happy to support it. Second it, sorry.
Second refusal.
Refusal, no.
Refusal, you.
And you proposed approving.
We'll approve the application to relocate them.
Okay. I am supporting.
So we're going to application to support it. Seconded by Councillor Tindall. All those in favour of the application. Go on, Richard.
Yes, Chair, just in terms of, you know, if we, before you vote, just to give you an outline of what conditions we'd like to be delegated to officers to attach after the review. Essentially, they'll be very familiar ones to you in terms of materials, landscaping, details of the access, drainage, and ecology enhancements, which we look for in all developments. In terms of the actual nature of the stabling, if members are content to be open for, there's an issue of the impact on highway network between saving, force training and livery. So I think you need to think about whether you are, in the nature of the equine use that you may be approving, because it just says for saving forces, whether you feel that should be defined to essentially training race horses, because otherwise it could be open to being allowing livery, which could have different traffic implications.
I'm not sure I really understood, but
in terms of the issue of conditions, obviously the application is for a building for the stabling horses. So in approving, potentially approving that application, if it simply just says stabling horses, that could be open to any equine use.
Right.
So it could be livery, home livery, self livery, paid for livery by the applicants, race, training, race horses, etc., any sort of horses. So it just in terms of the overall balance of considerations, and thinking of the traffic issues that have been raised by the parish council, members need to consider whether they feel that if they are going to potentially approve this for stabling horses, whether that should be essentially tailored to the business as it's been operating in the past, rather than being generally for any equine use.
Well, it's very up to the proposer, but I think that's a fair comment on Richard Fortune.
If I might just briefly assist through you, Chair, although you have that quite wide description in the development applied for, it is a matter of law that any conditions and limitations on a development need to be expressed in a condition. So it is otherwise just very, very wide. You might want to look at paragraph 1.4 of your report, which does say the proposed relocation of these facilities will simply replace those existing at Manor Farm and will not expand the operations. The site will not provide typical livery or riding centre style services, which would generate a higher number of vehicle movements. Use is constrained to keeping and training race horses. So you might wish to delegate the wording of a condition to limit it to that which has been applied for in that nature to keep that limitation.
Well, I'm personally very happy, but I'm just the seconder, so.
Yeah. Right, so we've got a proposal and a seconder delegating the conditions to the officers for the usage of what the building's for. Okay?
And the colour of them.
And the colour of the, yeah. All those in favour of supporting this application? Against? Thank you. That's carried in the applications. Thank you. Members to leave the chamber, please. No, the sheriff members to leave the.
You can have. I left my hearing aids.
Another two, yeah, we got. Yes, just see them on your reading. Yes. Yeah, anybody want a 5-minute break before we do the last? What time? Okay. 3 minutes.
Members of the public are in the building for the next application. If they could make their way to the council chamber, please. I know this is being streamed to the Shrewsbury room and the Woodford room.
Yeah, thankfully. Getting ready for the night.
I've just been blinded just where I'm sitting. In fact, I'm still being blinded. No, that sun is just there.
my last snap bar. I'm surprised you got sure. Popcorn, ready, it's almost like we're in
Too dark.
There's no one else. Very dark.
Is it really going on that long? It's in the night. I think that I'd be able to come and talk to somebody. Can't win. Maybe that, but with the lights
I was going to say, don't tell them myself because I might
That's probably because
I'm getting blinded by
This is exciting.
yes,
So Andrew, where does your search come from? If your mum was something, I guess that my mum is actually in Junction. My mum is actually in Junction. You know what she is?
Right, we all going to be seated, please, and we'll go on to the next item on the agenda. South Shropshire Remembrance Park, Upper Stanley, Rushbury.
Are we all back? Yeah, okay, I shall go on. I will try again, try and be very brief. This is a planning application for a change of use of a relatively small area of land to form an extension to Remembrance Park at Upper Stanway, Rushbury. The Remembrance Park is basically essentially a green burial ground. The slide, I think the easiest thing is if I just run through the slides on this one.
It's where they put the ashes.
Yes, correct. Sorry, John. Yeah. Just to run you through this one. So it's basically to the south of Rushbury on Wenlock Edge. It's in an area of woodland. It's a shame we haven't got an aerial photograph of this because it would show it much better. But the two different colours of green you see on that slide are I don't know if it really shows on the screen up there, but the slightly darker green at the top is actually, and the bottom are actually open fields, and then the lighter colour through the middle is actually woodland. So this site actually sits in an area of woodland, as you'll see from the photographs very shortly. So the Remembrance Park is actually there at the moment, has been operating for some time, and as I understand it, the purpose of the application is to create essentially an extension to the site. This is a slightly more detailed plan. I'm not personally convinced of the accuracy of this plan in terms of the area it covers. I was trying to establish exactly what the area of the extension is, and the only reference I can actually find to it in the application is actually stated in the red area on the left-hand side of the plan there, which says it's 1,980 square metres. So I suspect that that red area is not actually an accurate reflection of the area of the extension, but I'm not sure. I couldn't work it out, unfortunately. I think the case officer isn't here today. So it's essentially an extension at that western end of the site. It's only an application for the change of use of the land, so there's no physical works in terms of structure to be built. And the area that this actually covers is the same. You can see from these photographs now that the hillside is actually an area of woodland with an element of clearings in it, of a clearing or clearings within the woodland. And this is actually part of the site of what's proposed. So you can see from this, it's quite a steeply sloping site, essentially covered with woodland, and the whole remembrance ground is within the area of woodland. You'll see from the notes that the site itself is located within a local wildlife site, and it's also part of the ecological network within the county. One of the key characteristics as well, it's a core area within core habitat within the environmental network. You'll also see from the comments, particularly from the tree officer and from the ecology officer, that much of the surrounding woodland is ancient woodland. And whilst this particular area itself is not identified on Natural England's inventory of ancient woodland, the inventory itself is not intended to be complete. It includes some areas, but it doesn't necessarily include all areas of ancient woodland. You'll see from the comments from the ecology officer here that the site itself, in terms of the species present on the site, that it is an area that is indicative of ancient woodland, so it's got what's called ancient woodland species on it. So it has quite high interest from both a tree point of view and an ecological point of view in terms of the habitat and the species on the site, and in particular, see there's references to bluebell and also to yellow archangel, which is a rare species. Just to finish taking you through the slides. You'll see there's comments in the commentary about whether it's clearing, that there's scrub on the site. As this comes out in the report, there's maybe a tendency to think of scrub as being less important ecologically than woodland, which isn't necessarily the case. That's to confuse maybe what it looks like with its relative ecological value, and the particular concern both from the tree officer and the ecology officer here is that essentially you can't translate scrub into being poor quality habitat from a biodiversity point of view. And in fact, one of the key characteristics of this site is the very fact that although there is a clearing, because it hasn't been, if you like, artificially managed, that's what actually makes it a value from an ecological point of view in terms of the species on the site. This is to say that the photographs here show you the site as existing. Just to give you a flavour, I'll say well wooded, quite steep. Slightly mixed in terms of tree and scrub. The tree officer, you'll see, has made comments about the value of the trees around the site, and he also makes the point about the fact that just because there's a clearing here, it still has value in terms of woodland, because you've got the succession of new woodland coming through. And the area, I should have said, of course, that the area is covered by a TPO, which is again, just further photographs of the site itself. Just run through these. There's some photographs as well of the existing site, just to give you a flavour again. So this is all the proposed site. And then I think these photographs here are part of the existing site. You can see immediately from that one of the key differences between the existing membrane site and the area that's proposed. You can see the impact of the management regime there in terms of being much more sort of managed area. So the two, just to cut a long story short, I'd like to show you, there is one final slide. This is the aerial photograph, this is what I should have showed you. That shows you how the site is actually located in that belt of woodland with fields on either side. The access is from the bottom left-hand corner of that photograph and runs around the edge of the woodland. Yes, there's one more photograph there, which just shows you the point of access, and then the woodland is the woodland on the hillside in the background. The key issues here are the site is in open countryside, the policy test is in relation to policy CS5. core strategy is demonstration of need and benefit on the one hand, and on the other hand, as set out in the report, we've got the natural environment policies, which essentially seek to protect biodiversity and woodland. And there's a fairly strong paragraph in the NPPF, which is quoted, which is paragraph 175, which is particularly concerned with ancient woodland and veteran trees. That's actually been beefed up in the last few years, and the government now attaches much higher priority to protection of ancient woodlands. And that paragraph, as you'll see at the top of section, paragraph 6.2.1, is quite explicit in actually saying where there's deterioration of irreplaceable habitats, it's actually saying planning permission should be refused. The issue we've got in this particular case is that there has been an attempt to go back to the applicant and say, well, what are you providing by way of mitigation? Because if you impose a management regime, which is, if you like, going to introduce a sort of cutting of the area of the ground and the woodland, then how are you going to mitigate that impact in terms of its impact on species? And unfortunately, in this case, there hasn't been a coherent mitigation strategy put forward to make up for the impact that this is going to have. So we don't have that degree of mitigation and enhancement. And for that reason, the advice is that the application should be refused, because we don't have that, because the priority inside like this is on protecting and enhancing that the biodiversity and habitat. That's essentially the recommendation in this report. The issue is there need and benefit? Does it outweigh the impact in terms of the impact on the habitat? Yeah, the advice here is that it doesn't. So the recommendation is to refuse.
Thank you, Andrew. I can't see Mel McFarlane here. Okay. Right, we're going to solicitor to read out a letter from Cecilia Motley, the local member.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Motley states, this application is for an extension to the existing Remembrance Park at Upper Stanway, which was first granted planning permission by South Shropshire District Council in 2003. This is a green burial site in a very tranquil setting on the north side of Wenlock Edge, within the AONB, and very discreetly presented and sensitively cared for. The current site includes a small facilities building and a car park, both of which blend naturally into the landscape. It is a greatly valued alternative to conventional churchyard burial grounds, which accounts for the need to extend the available space. The proposal is for a modest extension to the burial ground and directly adjacent to it, so there is no change in the existing topography, and it forms a natural extension to the existing burial area. There is no additional infrastructure needed for the extension. An ecological appraisal has been carried out by the applicant, and this includes identifying potential ecological constraints and measures to avoid, manage or reduce negative effects and provide ecological gain. No specific ecological constraints are identified, and it is worth pointing out that the applicant has stressed that there is no intention of removing existing trees. There is acknowledgement of the presence of the archangel flower, which is a rare plant, but the ecological appraisal notes that it is possible to introduce the extension area without impacting this flora. Indeed, one of the attractions of the existing site is its woodland flowers. The extension will lie within an existing clearing in the tree cover, currently with scrub and bracken present. The Shropshire Council Tree Officer contends that scrub and bracken are of no lesser value within the habitat than closed canopy woodland. This apparently implies that such features should merit the same degree of protection, but I would question whether that is either universally acknowledged or a strong enough argument to refuse this application. Members will be aware that there is a growing demand for green burials in tranquil settings. The Upper Stanway Remembrance Park has been providing this service discreetly and in keeping with the rural landscape for nearly 20 years. It is quite natural that the applicant should wish to be able to continue doing so on the extension site, whilst ensuring that it blends seamlessly with the existing provisions. Therefore, I believe this should be viewed as an asset to the community and not in any way in contradiction to either policies CS1 or CS5. I would therefore urge councillors to approve this application.
And now, David Riley, the applicant for the... Okay, you have 3 minutes to address the committee, sir. Thank you.
Does everybody hear me? First of all, in my few minutes, the photographs that were shown are about 19 years out of date. You would see a lot more trees, a lot more vegetation, a lot different site. Also, you did mention that it was designated as ancient woodland. There is nowhere that is mentioned ancient woodland in any national maps or anything. Anyway, that's just to put a few points right. Secondly, well, I'll just go through a few points. Yes, it's been in use for 18, 19 years. The number of plots for pre-need and burials are now reached 470. There's no sign of them on your photographs at all. All the areas are being used in the existing bare areas within the woodland. It's not true woodland. It was burnt down in the wall, quite a lot of it, and left a lot of spaces before I got there. So that's what the site now has been used. We've used the site friendly in between all the in between the trees. We've never removed a tree. There's been no need. In the past, the burial areas have been used around existing trees at all the time, and so wildflowers, bluebell, snowdrops, hares, woodcock, deer, you name it, everything is up there. Nothing's ever disappeared. In fact, there's more there than ever because it's very handy to walk around. Our ecologist report was mentioned about a hazel dormouse and a badger set. Hazel dormouse has have to cross half a mile of open land. It's supposed to be 2 kilometres away. We think it would have to cross, well, he said, half a mile of bare land and a road. So its chances of getting there was pretty remote. Badger set was supposed to be 200 metres away. When he checked it out, it was 600 to 700 metres on a neighbouring farm. This whole site, as you can see on the map, there's a band of woodland. We are operating in 4 acres out of 34 acres. And when the proposed extension is way less than an acre. So any disruption to bracken or undergrowth or anything in volume is really, I think, quite immaterial because there's a lot of stuff left there. It was mentioned this yellow orchid, archangel flower, that we might destroy. Well, we haven't destroyed anything yet. I mean, it's quite easy to bury the site around any features that are there. And within this site, there is no trees to remove at all. There isn't any trees there. And it's only a slight adjacent extension to the original site. All the structures are there. The access is all pretty well there. I would say that out of the 470 sites that are taken pre-need and burial,
could you sum up then, please?
There's only 4. It's increased by 40% in the last 3 years. And we only know of about 3 COVID cases that were buried, so it's not due to COVID at all. And the site has got to remain open for another 70 years plus yet to accommodate people returning to site. We will not do a burial, it will return to natural woodland, as people have already planted 50 plus trees on various areas.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tindall, please.
Thank you. Am I on or off? I'm on. Can we just go back to one of the slides where you showed a rather funny area? Because there's 10,000 square meters in a hectare, and a hectare is about 2.5 acres. So, yes, that's. You see, I don't understand this plan at all. Because on this plan, it looks so it's correct. So it's on the other side.
It's on the left-hand end of that plan, as I understand it. Yeah.
So that's in the wrong place.
The way I read that is it must show the existing burial ground as well, because it can't possibly include the whole area. But I may be wrong about that. I've been trying to understand it myself. I don't quite understand how that plan works. That one, I have to be honest.
If it's, I can't do it in my head, but it's significantly less than an acre. It doesn't seem to be connected to the existing site. I think the mapping is very peculiar.
Could I point out on the map?
No, you can't.
To speak now, sir, I'm sorry.
I was going to recommend, Chairman, that we defer it while the map is sorted out so we can see exactly what is the existing site structural remembrance arc and how the extension connects to that.
Councillor Marshall, do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, this one. Interesting, no, isn't it? Yeah, I'm okay. Am I not?
I am now, that's it. Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting one, this. When I first started to read through, obviously I'm concerned about the environmental impact. But then I listened to Councillor Motley's letter that Miranda read out. And I think when we start to look at this is a business that's been running for 20 years, offering a service that's becoming more required with green burials in a very tranquil area. Looking at the photographs and listening to what Cecilia Motley had to say as well, it's been running in a very sympathetic manner to the area. I would be swayed to actually support this development, to go forward, because as I say, looking at the pictures, the overhead pictures as well, the business itself, which does provide a service that is becoming more wanted and expected, and let's be honest, other forms of burials are becoming less and less available. And I think to have a loved one in such a tranquil area in a sympathetic manner, I think we should support that. So I should actually motion to support it.
Thank you. If that's a proposal to support the application, then I second it.
Anybody else wish to speak, please? After all, this is an extension to the what we got already there, and there's no fees going to be felled, and it's just a green burial ground. We've got one at Westhope which is very successful, and as you say, numbers are on the up, and I think we should support it. So we've got a proposer and a seconder to support the application. All those in favour, please.
Through you, Chair, when you have a report and you're going with the officer's recommendation, you obviously have all the reasons set out there. So we do just need to be clear of the reasons that members are putting forward for not accepting this recommendation. And you've had in your report the policy issues that have caused concern in terms of ecology and trees. Obviously, you know that the starting point is the development plan. So I think we just need to be clear what it is you're saying in terms about the reasons for your proposal to support. And I think the planning officer will probably come in here now.
If I may, Chair, yeah, as I said, just to come back to the things you need to consider here, it's the need and benefits on the one hand against essentially the environmental impact on the other. One of the things that's been commented on here by the key things that's been commented on, particularly both by the tree officer and by the ecologist, the fact that we don't have essentially a management plan for the site going forward in terms of how the potential impacts would be mitigated. So if you are minded to improve it, then what I'd suggest we maybe do is to include a condition which includes a requirement to submit essentially an environmental management plan. That way, at least you're taking into account how the impact will be managed from an environmental point of view, which gives you the basis of saying, okay, we recognise there's need on the one hand, but when we're doing it on the basis that there is actually a management plan submitted to ensure that the potentially adverse impacts identified by the tree officer and the ecology officer are actually addressed as a form of mitigation. So my advice would be that forms the basis for your determination if you are minded to approve it, but it is subject to a condition that requires that. It's essentially that management plan to be submitted.
So Councillor Tinsley, Councillor Marshall.
Yes, I've just done the calculation. It's half an acre, and I really don't think that we can, if that manuscript writing 1,980 square metres. So I think for half an acre, it would be a bit churlish to refuse it. Subject, of course, to have those conditions that
Yes, I agree with the officers, so I propose that we do accept it on the conditions of full management plan with full mitigation of any concerns for the environment and ecological problems that are addressed in that management plan.
Chair, if I can just come in, if you're happy basically to delegate the conditions, we probably what we need to do is go back to the tree officer and the ecology officer. We might end up with one additional condition, it might be two.
Okay, yeah.
Do we just need to be clear of the exact area that this is going to apply to? Because we've seen the unsureness around the plans. So what you're actually giving consent for, I think just needs to, which of the approved plans, the officers need to be clear about that.
Okay, so we're going to designate all the conditions back to the officers with the management plan and everything else and the exact location. So all those in favour of the application, please. That's unanimous. Thank you. One more to go. The Rowans, Old Shortland, Hanwood. Is that you,
Yes, right, thank you, Chair. This one can be, hopefully be very, very brief. This application is only on the agenda because it's from a member of staff. Well, it's just hopefully straightforward. I'll literally just run through the slides on this one because it's the easiest way just to explain this application. It's basically for a site where there's an existing dwelling on the site, there's an adjacent building, and it's a planning application to put a link in between the two, plus some alterations to the existing adjacent building. And it's just easiest to show you this. The application is partly retrospective. So what you've got, this is the location plan. You can see actually better in the plan on the right hand side there. This building here, might have to show you on this screen. I can't tell if it is or not. If it is, but the left hand building there is the dwelling, and then the right hand building that comes down towards the road is the additional building on the site, and the black area in the middle is the link between the two. You'll see why this is a slightly interesting application when you see the photographs. It'll be immediately apparent. So that's actually an inverted view, if you like, from the plan you've just seen. So the building on the bottom in the middle is the main house, and the building to the left is actually the extension. You can see how this is an angle with each other. These are the elevations, which at first sight appear to be a little bit strange. The house is the existing dwelling is the building at the top, and on the left-hand side. The building on the right is the additional building that's already there. It's a very peculiar looking building, and when I first saw the plans, you kind of want to go, what on earth is that? And in fact, what it is, it's an early 20th century building, and it's because there was a colliery on the adjacent land. And the history of the building is a little bit unknown, but it's thought that it was a water tower that operated in conjunction with the pump for the colliery. And if I show you the photographs, you'll see immediately it actually is an old building. It looks like it's a sort of rather strange bit of design that forms part of the extension, but it's not. The actual infill, the extension, is this very tiny small bit in between here, which you can barely see on these plans, but it's literally just a flat roof link between the two. So if I just show you this. So this is the extension, and here this small, again, can you see my cursor on the screen? No. If you're looking at it on the screen, you've got the house at the bottom, the existing building on the right, and you can just see there's a link being put in between the two. So apologies for not showing you the cursor. Going backwards here. Yeah, so right, this is the plans proposed. So the extension is the dark building on the left. Again, on the far right-hand side, you can see how it's a flat roof structure. It'll be clad in a metal sheathing, just to provide actually a very low-key link between the two. And then if I show you the photographs, you'll get this immediately. You'll see just from the bottom right-hand drawing, part of the proposal is to put in new glazed windows within the existing building that's there, and also wooden railings at the first floor level. So this is actually the view from the back of the house, and the additional building is the rather strange-looking structure in the background there, and then there's a separate garage. If I show you the next photograph, I think we'll get it actually. I looked at this, and I didn't follow it until I actually saw this photograph. So this is the existing old colliery building, and the house is on this drawing. It's just to the left of that photograph, so the link would go from the left-hand end of that building to the house. There's just one more there. So this is the end of the building, and then the house is on the right hand side. So it's just literally filling in that small area in between. And that's the photograph, and that's the application. So it is just for that small infill section. no objections to it, no major issues. It's just a quite interesting building actually. So the recommendation is for approval.
Councillor Bollington,
Propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
seconded, please. Yeah, Councillor Bagnall. All those in favour, please. Thank you very much. Schedule appeals, please, Richard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just 7 years report very quickly. The first one appeal dismissed was a proposal to 2 dwellings at Corley. Effectively refused as it would not preserve and enhance the character conservation area, and provision of highway safety, and the cost application was dismissed. Then we have a self-built dwelling proposal at Edstone Bucknell. Inspector concluded countryside, not sustainable location transport-wise, and even if there was the alleged shortfall in self-build, those issues outweigh that matter. We then have appeal dismissed, which was for a upper floor extension at 100 much Wenlock under a new permitted development rights being brought in by the government, for which they have to seek prior approval, but the inspector could agree with the council here that it was before design that contrary to the MPPF requirements. We then have a delegated refusal, which has been for a dwelling at Hornet House, Gaskell, Instantly. Again, in terms of the issues of landscape impact and that harming character of the settlement. We then have an appeal dismissed at 19 Broadway Church, Stretton for alternative extensions, which were judged not to be in character with the dwelling and to harm the character of the conservation area. And then we have a delegated refusal for a automatic gates at Burgess Condover in terms of that being prejudicial to highway safety. And then another delegated refusal in relation to Worcester Cottage at Downford Bewdley. It's a scheme that we have subsequently approved a revised design, but they're persisting with the initial refusal. It's now an appeal, which would just be out of character with the property. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our business for today. I'd just like to thank the officers for all the hard work. I'd like to thank Miranda and Shelley for their patience to get us up and running. Thank you, Gemma, for highways. And I'd like to thank you, the committee, for all the input you've had, and wish you all the same.